Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was Dark Santa? The wind didn't howl so much as scrape. It shoved snow sideways across the Highland Ridge and turned every breath into a bite. Or Dawlish kept his wand low and his shoulders tight, because lifting anything in this cold felt like a mistake the air would punish. Behind him, Proudfoot slipped again, Boots finding nothing but ice under fresh powder. He swore under his breath, then caught himself when Robards shot him a look. "Keep it together," Robards said. His voice was calm, but his eyes kept moving. Tree line, ruined stone, the dim shape of an old circle ahead, half buried. "We're close," Dawlish swallowed. His throat felt raw. "The readings are wrong." "They're not wrong," Proudfoot muttered, teeth chattering hard enough to click. "They're just stupid. The Ministry tracker charm wasn't supposed to spike like this. Not in the middle of nowhere. Not this far from any settled ward line." It pulsed in Dawlish's palm like a second heartbeat, and every pulse dragged a thin thread of cold into his bones. Robards slowed, raising a gloved hand. The group stopped, bunched together instinctively. For Orus and one unspeakable, Croaker, who had insisted on coming for confirmation. He didn't look cold. He didn't look anything at all, really. His face stayed smooth and blank like he'd forgotten how normal people reacted to weather. Croaker stared at the stone circle. "The signature is here." Proudfoot let out a shaky laugh. "Right? Because why wouldn't a Class 5 magical event just sit on a hill waiting for us?" Robards didn't flinch at the term. Dawlish did. Class 5 meant existential. It meant the sort of thing you wrote reports about with trembling hands and then pretended you didn't dream. Robards leaned close to Dawlish. "No heroics. We observe, we confirm, we leave." Dawlish nodded, but his grip was slick on his wand. The cold wasn't just cold. Pressed in, heavy, like the world had decided to hold its breath. They moved again, careful steps, shoulders hunched. The stone circle rose out of the snow like broken teeth. Ancient, dark, slick with frost. In the center sat something that didn't belong. A figure, not a deer, not a man huddled for warmth. A person, seated cross-legged on bare stone, as if the ice couldn't touch him. Cloak draped over broad shoulders, black and matte, not reflecting moonlight. Hood up, hands bare, long fingers resting on his knees. Dawlish felt his stomach drop. You didn't see someone sitting still in this cold unless they were dead, mad, or something that didn't care about dying. Robards raised his wand. "Ministry of Magic. Identify yourself." The figure didn't move. Proudfoot's breath puffed fast. "Sir, I don't like this." Croaker stepped forward, boots crunching. "Entity, respond. This is a controlled contact attempt." The figure's head tilted, just slightly, like he'd heard a faint sound far away. Then he lifted a hand, slow, almost bored. Not a wand. No visible focus. Just skin and bone and the kind of confidence that made Dawlish's shoulders lock. The hand turned palm up. Something glittered above it. A small object, half hidden by shadow, like a bell that had been forged out of night. Spun once, lazy, then settled into his grip. Robards tensed. "Dawlish. Shield." Dawlish flicked his wand up. "Protego." The shield charm flared, blue and solid. The figure looked at it. That was all. Just looked. The shield cracked like glass. Dawlish's eyes went wide. The charm didn't dissolve. Fractured. The air in front of him split into thin lines, and every line crawled with frost. Proudfoot shouted, "Stupefy!" Red light shot forward. It stopped in mid-air. Not deflected. Not blocked. Stopped. Hanging there. A red thread in the dark. Frozen like a painting. Dawlish's mouth went dry. His mind couldn't catch up fast enough to make sense of what he was seeing. Robards didn't shout. He reacted. "All units, fall back. Now." They tried. Dawlish's boot lifted. Nothing happened. His muscles locked. The snow in the air stopped moving. The sound died like someone had shoved cotton into his ears. Even his breath refused to leave his lungs. Time didn't slow. Time stopped. Dawlish's eyes flicked wildly. Proudfoot was a statue with his wand half raised. Robards was mid-turn. Coat flared. Croaker's head was angled, like he'd been about to speak. Only the figure in the center moved. He stood up, smooth as smoke. The cloak shifted without sound. He walked toward them, boots making no crunch, no imprint. The stopped snow hovered around him like suspended ash. He stopped right in front of Dawlish. Up close, Dawlish could see pale skin under the hood. Not sickly, just old in a way that had nothing to do with wrinkles and everything to do with weight. Like the man had lived through too many winters and kept them all inside him. The hood dipped. Green eyes met Dawlish's. Not bright green. Not friendly. Deep green. Like pine under frost. Like a forest you could get lost in and never come out. The man spoke, and the sound slid into Dawlish's mind despite the frozen air. "Tell your minister," the man said softly, "that this hill is not for you." Dawlish tried to blink. Even that was hard. The man leaned closer, as if they were sharing a private joke. His voice stayed calm, almost tired. "And tell Croaker," he added, eyes cutting toward the frozen unspeakable, "that he's still using the wrong math." Dawlish's heart hammered, trapped in his chest. Terror climbed up his throat like bile. The man straightened. He glanced at Proudfoot's suspended spell, then lifted one finger and tapped the air. The red light shattered into a spray of sparks that froze into tiny rubies in the air, then melted into nothing. He walked past Dawlish as if the Oros were furniture. He moved to Croaker, whose eyes were fixed forward, unblinking. The man stared at Croaker for a long moment. Something unreadable crossed his face. Not anger, not triumph, resignation. "You brought a toy to a storm," the man murmured. He lifted the small bell in his hand and held it near Croaker's ear. Dawlish saw the bell's surface, and his skin prickled. The metal wasn't metal. It looked like it had been carved from shadow, polished until it swallowed light. The man shook it once. There was no sound, but Dawlish felt it anyway. A pressure behind his eyes. A cold tug at the back of his mind, like someone had brushed a fingertip over the inside of his skull. Croaker's frozen expression twitched. The man lowered the bell and took a step back. "No," he said, almost to himself. "Not yet." Then he looked toward Robards. "Gawain," the man said. Robards's eyes widened, the only movement he could manage. Recognition flickered there. Not certainty. Not fully. More like a memory you can't grab. The man's mouth twisted slightly, close to a smile. "Not warm. You're doing your job," he said. "I respect that." He turned away. His cloak rippled. The air around him darkened, like the night had thickened. Then he was gone. Not apparat. There was no crack, no rush. He simply stepped into a patch of shadow and vanished as if he'd never been there. For 3 heartbeats, nothing happened. Then the world snapped back into motion. Snow slammed into Dawlish's face. His breath burst out in a ragged gasp. Proudfoot staggered, almost falling, eyes wild. Robard spun fully, wand sweeping, too late. Proudfoot shouted, "Where is he? Where is he?" Croaker swayed, then steadied. His pupils were dilated, and for the first time since Dawlish had met him, the man looked shaken. Robards's voice came out clipped. "Everyone breathe. Count your fingers. You're alive." Dawlish tried. His hands trembled hard. He forced air in. It burned. What was that? Croaker stared at the empty center stone. "Not a Dark Lord." Proudfoot made a harsh noise. "He froze time, Croaker." "What do you call that?" Croaker's jaw tightened. "I call it a system." Robards turned on him. "A system." Croaker finally looked at Robards. "An office. A mantle. Whatever you want to name it. He's not improvising. He's using protocols." Dawlish swallowed. "He knew your name," he said to Robards. Robards didn't answer for a second. His eyes tracked the shadows between the stones. "Maybe," he said finally. "Or he guessed." Proudfoot's laugh was hysterical. "Yeah, he guessed. And then he told Croaker his math was wrong, too. Croaker rubbed his temple like the cold had finally found him. We report. We do not pursue. Robards nodded, face set. We leave. Now. They backed away, wands up, steps careful. Dawlish didn't take his eyes off the stone circle until it vanished behind drifting snow. And even then, he could still feel those green eyes. Like a mark. Like a warning. Later, in London, people would call it an encounter with a monster. Dawlish would never use that word, because monsters raged. This felt like meeting someone who had already decided what you were worth, and moved on. The cut came without mercy. 1 second Dawlish was stumbling down the hill, lungs raw. The next, a different cold wrapped the world, quieter and heavier, like the air had been trained not to make noise. Harry Potter stepped out of a corridor made of shadow and stood on obsidian floor. The North Pole didn't look like a postcard. It looked like a fortress somebody built after they stopped believing in mercy. Walls of black stone rose high, carved with runes that ate light. Frost clung to every edge, but it wasn't random frost. It formed patterns thin and sharp like a living script. Torches burned with pale flame along the hall, but the flame didn't flicker. It held still, obedient. Harry didn't hurry. He never hurried anymore. He pulled back his hood as he walked. His hair was longer than it used to be, messy and dark, falling into his eyes. His scar was still there, but it didn't look like a wound. It looked like a line that had been redrawn by time. He rolled his shoulders once, as if shaking off the taste of the Highlands. He could still feel the orosphere. It clung to him in the way cheap perfume clings to fabric. Too sharp, too desperate. It made him tired. A door the size of a dragon's rib cage opened at his approach, not because he spoke a password, but because the fortress recognized him the way a body recognizes its own pulse. He stepped into the workshop. Heat hit him first. Not warm, not comforting. Forge heat. Metal heat. The kind of heat that exists to shape things, not soothe them. The air smelled like pine resin and iron, with a bitter edge of ozone that made the back of his tongue tingle. Snow drifted in through high vents, melting before it could touch the floor. At the center of the room stood a forge that was too clean to be human-made. It wasn't gold. It wasn't silver. It was a pale metal that looked like moonlight made solid, etched with lines that shifted when you didn't stare at them directly. Workbenches lined the walls, neat in a way that felt obsessive. Toys sat in rows, but not children's toys. Some looked like harmless wooden soldiers. Some looked like small mirrors framed in frost. Some looked like rings thin and black. And moving through it all were elves. Not the scared, battered house elves Harry remembered from Hogwarts kitchens. These ones wore fitted dark leather and iron clasps. Their eyes were bright, alert. They moved with purpose, carrying crates, checking runes, sharpening blades that were too big for their thin hands but somehow looked natural there. One elf snapped to attention as Harry entered. "Lord Winter," he said, voice proud, not trembling. Harry nodded once. "Status: Coal Reserve stable. Iron cohort at full readiness. Ward steady. The red ledger is awake." Harry's gaze flicked to the far end of the workshop. A raised platform sat there, like a judge's dais, carved from dark ice that didn't melt in forge heat. A desk made of black wood and crystal sat on it. Above the desk, suspended in the air, hovered a book. It glowed a deep, wet red, as if the pages were made of living ember. Daphne Greengrass sat beneath it, spine straight, one leg crossed over the other, quill in hand. She wasn't writing on parchment. She was writing into air, ink turning into thin lines of light that sank into the floating book. She didn't look up until Harry was close. When she did, her eyes narrowed. "You took the scenic route." Harry held up the small bell, letting it swing once from his fingers. It was in the way. Daphne's gaze locked on the bell. For a moment her expression slipped. Interest. Caution. Something else underneath that she only ever let Harry see. "You found it," she said quietly. Harry set it on the desk. The bell didn't clink. It landed with a soft, wrong silence. Daphne leaned forward, hair falling over one shoulder. Pale blonde, perfectly controlled, like she'd decided long ago she would never look messy unless she wanted to. You went alone, she said. Harry shrugged. They sent 4 Aurors and an unspeakable. I didn't need an audience. Daphne's mouth twitched. You mean you didn't want one? Harry didn't deny it. He flexed his fingers, still feeling the lingering tug from time stopping. It always left a taste, like biting into ice. Daphne tapped the quill against her lip. They saw you. They saw a rumor, Harry said. A shadow. A bad decision. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Harry, he looked at her. She didn't raise her voice. She never did when she was serious. She just made the room feel smaller. You keep doing this, she said. You keep meeting them like they're insects. You think it will stop them. It won't. Harry exhaled slowly. I didn't kill anyone. That is not the bar, Daphne said, flat and sharp. That is not the standard you set for yourself. Harry's jaw tightened. The forge heat felt too hot suddenly. He glanced away, focusing on the workbench where an elf was carving runes into a wooden horse with a blade that hissed with cold. I gave them a warning, Harry said. Daphne leaned back. You humiliated them. In front of Croaker. Harry's eyes snapped back. He shouldn't have come. Daphne's voice softened just a fraction. He will come again. Harry stared at the bell. His fingers hovered over it, not touching. Daphne followed his gaze. Is it what we thought? Harry didn't answer right away. He looked tired now, the kind of tired that lived under skin, not on it. I shook it, he said. No sound. Daphne's throat moved. Then it's real. Harry nodded once. It's part of the old set. It's a key. Daphne's eyes flicked up to the red ledger floating above them. And keys open doors. Harry's voice went dry. Or they lock them. Daphne's lips pressed together. She turned her attention to the book. The pages flipped on their own, fast like something impatient. The air above the desk shimmered. Then a map unfolded. Not on paper, but in space itself. A globe of faint blue light formed, rotating slowly. Tiny sparks lit across it, scattered. Some were warm gold, some were pale white, and some were dark. Not black, not shadow, more like bruises on light, purple and sickly, pulsing. Daphne's expression hardened. It's worse. Harry stepped closer. Show me. Daphne pointed with her quill. The globe slowed. The dark patches grew larger, blooming like rot. Misery, Daphne said. Not sadness. Not grief. Misery. The kind that makes people do things they can't take back. Harry's stomach tightened. He didn't let it show. Where? He asked. Daphne moved her quill. A cluster of dark pulses flared over London. Another over a city across the ocean. Another in a place that made Harry's eyes narrow, because it was too close to Hogwarts. Daphne's voice stayed clinical, but Harry could hear the edge. The prophecy of presence, she said. It's waking earlier every year. The world is getting louder. Harry's hands curled. They're dragging the season forward. They are, Daphne agreed. And it means the run will not be a simple delivery this time. It means judgment. It means intervention. Harry stared at the map until his eyes hurt. He could almost hear it, the way the misery hummed under the light. Daphne watched him for a moment. Then she said, You are not allowed to pretend you don't care. Harry's mouth twitched. I don't pretend. Yes, you do, Daphne said. You walk around like a statue because it's easier than admitting it's still in you. Harry looked at her again. What do you want, Daphne? She leaned forward, elbows on the desk, face closer now. I want you to stop acting like you're alone in this, just because you can freeze the world when it annoys you. Harry's eyes flashed. I froze time because they shot spells at me. Daphne's voice went even. And you froze yourself long before that. Silence stretched. The forge behind them crackled. Elves moved quietly, pretending not to hear, but every ear was angled. Harry's shoulders dropped a fraction. He hated this part. He hated being seen. Daphne reached across the desk and took his hand. Her fingers were cool, but not cold. Controlled. Steady. You don't have to carry every consequence by yourself, she said. Harry swallowed. The room blurred at the edges for a second. Not magic. Something worse. Sometimes, he said, voice low, I feel like if I let go, even for a second, it all comes back. The war, the blood, the names. Daphne didn't flinch. Then don't let go, she said. Lean. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Daphne tugged his hand, just enough to pull him closer. Also, she added dry, if you ever freeze time again in front of a ministry delegation, I will personally put you on the naughty list. Harry's mouth finally curved. You already did. Daphne's eyes sparkled. True, but I can always make it worse. Harry shook his head once, and the tension eased. Just a little. Enough to breathe. He leaned in, and Daphne met him halfway. The kiss was brief, quiet, like a promise sealed in the only way they trusted. No performance. No drama. Just warmth in a place built out of winter. When they pulled back, Daphne's voice returned to business. Now, show me exactly what you took. Harry lifted the bell again. He held it close to the red ledger. The book's pages fluttered violently. The air snapped with cold. The bell's surface rippled like a pond touched by a stone. Daphne's eyes widened. It recognizes it. Harry's grip tightened. Then it's part of the original office. The old system. Daphne's quill moved fast. And if the old system is waking, then so is the old opposition. Harry looked at her. You mean the ministry? Daphne's lips flattened. I mean anything that thinks it has the right to put a collar on magic. Harry's eyes flicked back to the map. Dark pulses brightened over London again, and the red ledger gave a low hum that Harry felt in his teeth. Daphne's voice went cold. They are going to come. Harry's voice was calm, but the calm was the kind that came right before a storm. Let them. Daphne raised an eyebrow. That is not a plan. Harry looked at her, and that ancient weight settled back into his face. The plan is to finish the run. The plan is to keep children alive. The plan is to cut out the rot before it spreads. Daphne's gaze stayed on him, steady. And the plan for you, she said, is to remember you still bleed. Harry's fingers flexed again. He didn't answer. The cut again. London. Ministry. Warmth that felt fake after winter. Minister Shacklebolt stood at the head of the room, hands braced on a table covered in parchments and glowing charts. His expression was tight. Not fear exactly. Anger, sharpened by responsibility. Robards stood to his right, coat still dusted with snow melt. He looked like someone had aged a year in an hour. Percy Weasley sat straight-backed, quill ready, face composed like a man who still believed rules could hold back storms if you wrote them neatly enough. Croaker stood by the wall, silent, eyes unfocused, as if he was still hearing something no one else could. Shacklebolt's voice was low. Start from the beginning. Robards didn't waste time. We tracked a cold signature to a stone circle. We found him. Percy's quill scratched. Him being Harry Potter. Robards' eyes cut to Percy. Him being something wearing Harry Potter's face. Percy's jaw tightened. Do not be dramatic. Robards leaned in slightly. He stopped time. The room went still. Percy's quill paused. That's not possible. Croaker spoke without moving. It is possible. Shacklebolt's eyes narrowed. Explain. Croaker finally looked up. His voice was precise. Temporal arrest. Localized field. It's not a charm. It's a condition imposed on reality. It's an office. Percy frowned. An office. Croaker's gaze flicked toward Robards, and for a moment, something like irritation crossed his face. A mantle. A system of authority that reality acknowledges. He is not casting spells. He is executing permissions. Percy let out a short breath. That sounds like mythology. Croaker's voice went colder. Mythology is just history that people got tired of fearing. Shacklebolt's fingers tightened on the table. What did he do to you, Croaker? Croaker's jaw worked. He rang a bell with no sound. Robards muttered. I knew I didn't imagine that look on your face. Croaker ignored him. The bell pressed into my mind. Check something. Then it stopped. As if the process is incomplete. Percy's eyes sharpened. So he is gathering artifacts. Robards nodded once. Yes, he took something from the stone circle. He left without apparition. Percy wrote faster. Unknown method of travel. Possible new branch of magic. Shacklebolt looked at Percy. I want solutions, not vocabulary. Percy straightened. Minister, with respect, the solution is regulation. We cannot allow an unaccountable magical entity to operate outside jurisdiction, especially one that can freeze time. Robards' laugh was bitter. Good luck serving him a notice. Percy's face flushed. Mockery is not helpful. Robards snapped. Neither is pretending paperwork stops a storm. Shacklebolt held up a hand. Enough. He turned to Croaker. What do you want? Croaker's eyes were flat. Containment. Study. Control. Shacklebolt's gaze hardened. And if containment fails? Croaker didn't hesitate. Then we escalate. Percy swallowed. We cannot declare war on Harry Potter. Robards' voice came quiet. That wasn't Harry. Silence again. Shacklebolt stared at the table. He looked like a man who had fought one war and didn't want another. What did he say? Shacklebolt asked. Robards' voice went tight. He told us the hill was not for us. He told Croaker his math was wrong. He called me by my first name like he'd known me for years. Percy's quill slowed. That suggests prior contact. Croaker's mouth curled slightly, almost smug. Or it suggests he has access to our records, which means he is connected to a network. Percy frowned. The trace. Croaker nodded. Possibly something older. Something layered under the trace. Shacklebolt's eyes sharpened. Under. Croaker's gaze slid toward the window, toward the winter sky. A ledger. Percy stared. A what? Croaker's voice stayed measured. If I am correct, he has built an evaluative framework. Naughty and nice if you want to be childish about it. A classification system tied to behavior. That means he is monitoring the population. Percy's face went pale. That is illegal. Robards snorted. Try arresting him for privacy violations. Shacklebolt rubbed his temple. What are our options? Percy straightened, seizing the opening. Minister, we must form an oversight committee, draft emergency statutes, and authorize an OR task force for contact and negotiation. Croaker said, negotiation is fantasy. Robards said, contact is suicide. Shacklebolt's eyes lifted. Hard. Then we prepare. Percy's voice tightened. Prepare for what? Shacklebolt looked at each of them. For the fact that something out there just reminded the world it can be judged. Croaker's tone turned clinical again. Classify the entity. Class 5. Treat as hostile until proven otherwise. Percy flinched. Hostile. He did not attack. Robards' voice was blunt. He could have killed us with a thought. He didn't. That doesn't mean he won't when you push him. Shacklebolt's mouth tightened. We will not provoke. We will not poke a bear because we are proud. Croaker's eyes flicked. It is not a bear. It is an office. Offices can be replaced. Robards' stare turned icy. Say that again and I'll throw you out a window. Percy's voice rose. Violence in a conference room is not helping. Shacklebolt's voice cut through them. Enough. Percy, draft your committee. Robards, tighten security. Croaker, I want every unspeakable working on how to locate him without stepping into his range. Croaker nodded once. Shacklebolt's gaze stayed hard. And I want authorization ready for anti-Dementor weapons. Percy froze. Minister. Shacklebolt didn't blink. If he is using Dementors. Robards' voice went rough. We didn't see any. Croaker murmured. Not yet. Shacklebolt exhaled. We do not start a war. But we do not sit naked in a storm either. Percy's quill resumed, slower now. His hand shook. In the far back of the room, Croaker's lips moved silently, as if counting, as if checking his math again. The cut back to the north came with a sound this time. An alarm. Not bells. Not music. A low, pulsing thrum that traveled through the obsidian walls and made the forge flames flare. Elves snapped into motion like a trained unit. Crates slammed shut. Blades were lifted. Runes lit along the floor in thin lines of pale blue. Daphne's head lifted sharply. Her eyes narrowed at the air above the red ledger. The map had changed. A thin line of black light cut across the globe, moving fast, straight toward the pole. Daphne's voice went sharp. They found a vector. Harry was already moving. Not rushing. Just deciding. He pulled his cloak around his shoulders, and the air seemed to dim around him. The elves parted, making space instinctively. Daphne stood, ice forming along the edges of the dais in jagged curls. "Do not be alone up there," she said. Harry glanced back at her. "You're coming." Daphne's mouth twitched once. Tight. Good. They moved together through the fortress corridors, boots silent on obsidian. The cold deepened as they climbed. It wasn't natural cold. It was ward cold, the kind meant to deter everything alive. They reached a balcony that opened to the night sky. The pole stretched out like a black desert under stars. Snow drifted in slow sheets. The fortress rose behind them like a mountain made of shadow. Harry stepped to the edge. Daphne stood at his side, wand out, posture perfect, like she'd been born for a throne that nobody else could see. Above them a speck moved. Not a bird, not a broom, something small and dark, metal glinting faintly, cutting through wind like it didn't care. Harry's eyes narrowed. Daphne's voice was low. "A drone." Harry's mouth flattened. "Bold." The drone descended, wobbling once, then steadying as if corrected by an unseen hand. A faint green light blinked on its underside. Harry watched it. He didn't raise his wand. He didn't need to. Daphne's hand brushed his wrist, not stopping him, anchoring him. "Remember," she said softly, "they will not understand restraint. They will interpret it as weakness." Harry's voice was quiet. "Then they will learn." The drone crossed an invisible line in the air. The wards flared. For one breath, the sky lit with runes like a net tightening. The drone didn't stop. It pushed forward anyway, grinding against the ward line like an insect trying to burrow into glass. Harry lifted his hand. The world held its breath again. Snow hung in the air. The drone froze mid-push, propellers locked, green light suspended like a trapped spark. Harry's fingers curled slowly, like he was holding the night in his palm. Daphne watched his face. "Harry." He didn't look at her. His eyes stayed on the drone. "What?" he said. Daphne's voice stayed steady. "Do it clean." Harry exhaled once. Then he closed his fist. The drone didn't explode. It didn't burn. Crumpled. Metal folded inward with a soft, horrible crunch, as if a giant hand had squeezed it. The green light blinked once, then went out. Harry opened his hand. The crushed drone dropped. Time released. Wind hit. Snow fell. The twisted metal hit the ice below with a dull thud that echoed up the fortress walls. Daphne's jaw tightened. "They will send another, and another, and then they will send people." Harry finally looked at her. His eyes were calm. Too calm. "They already decided," he said. "They just needed an excuse that sounds polite." Daphne's gaze held his. "Then we do not give them one." Harry's mouth twitched. "We exist. That is enough." Behind them, deeper in the fortress, the red ledger hummed louder. The map in the air above Daphne's dais pulsed with bruised light. And far away in London, a room full of important people leaned toward their charts, convinced they were about to put a collar on winter. Harry looked out over the pole, cloak snapping once in the wind, and his voice went so quiet Daphne barely heard it. "Let them try." The quill snapped in Percy Weasley's fingers. He did not flinch, not outwardly. He just stared at the broken nib like it had personally insulted him, then set it down with care that bordered on spite. Around him, the emergency committee room buzzed with voices that refused to match the neat lines on the parchments. You could draft laws for a storm, sure. The storm did not have to read them. "Again," Percy said, voice tight. "From the top. No opinions. No moral speeches. Facts." Robards leaned back in his chair, eyes shadowed. He looked like he had not slept since the Highlands. "Fact. He froze time. Fact. He walked through our spells like they were smoke. Fact. He left without operating." Percy's jaw tensed. "You keep saying he, as if you are certain." Croaker stood by the wall, hands behind his back, staring at nothing. "He is certain." Robards gave a short laugh. "Thank you for your support." Percy's eyes flicked to Croaker. "You are still insisting it is an office." Croaker's voice stayed flat. "A mantle. A permission structure. Reality acknowledges him. That is why your standard counters did nothing. Shacklebolt stood at the head of the table, fingers spread on a map that kept updating itself as if it was nervous. And you believe this permission structure is tied to a ledger? Croker's eyes shifted, sharp now. It is the most efficient model. Percy pushed a new parchment forward, ink already drying in neat lines. Then we treat it like a system. Systems can be audited. Robards' gaze cut to him. Say that again when you are standing in front of him, Percy. Percy stiffened. We cannot just accept an unaccountable entity monitoring the population, judging them, punishing them, granting boons, and operating outside jurisdiction. Shacklebolt's mouth tightened. No one is accepting it. Minister, Percy said, and his voice turned careful, like he was stepping onto thin ice. We must set terms. We must establish oversight. We must make it clear that even heroes are not above the law. Robards' eyes narrowed. Heroes? Percy ignored him. We draft a letter. Official. Polite. Firm. We offer a negotiation framework. Mutual non-aggression. Shared boundaries. We request contact. Croker spoke, quiet but cutting. And if he refuses, Percy's lips pressed together. Then we escalate legally. We isolate his operation. We blockade access. We prohibit trade. We restrict travel. Robards let out a sound that might have been a laugh if it had any humor in it. Blockade the North Pole. Brilliant. Percy's cheeks flushed. Mocking me does not make your lack of ideas better. Robards leaned forward. My idea is stop poking him until you understand what he is. Percy's eyes flashed. And my idea is stop acting like fear is wisdom. Shacklebolt lifted a hand. Enough. The room quieted, but only barely. Even the enchanted lamps seemed tense. Shacklebolt looked at Percy. You want to send a letter? Percy's shoulders squared. Yes, and you believe it will reach him. Percy hesitated. It must. There are wards, but there are always channels. Even the darkest warding has seams. We have unspeakables. We have diplomats. We have methods. Croker's mouth moved like he wanted to argue. Then he stopped himself. His eyes went distant, and his fingers flexed once, as if he could still feel a bell that made no sound. Shacklebolt looked at Robards. If we send it, what happens? Robards didn't answer for a moment. Then he said blunt. He will read it, and he will decide whether we are worth his time. Percy's gaze turned hard. Then we make sure we are. Shacklebolt's eyes narrowed. Write it. Percy nodded once, and for a second he looked almost pleased, like a man who had finally found a problem he could solve with ink. He did not see the way Robards' hands trembled slightly under the table. He did not see the way Croker's stare kept drifting to the corner of the room like he expected winter itself to step out. He did not see Shacklebolt's exhaustion, the kind that comes from knowing you are about to make a choice that will follow you for the rest of your life. Percy dipped a new quill and wrote. In the far north, the red ledger turned a page on its own. The workshop was louder than usual, not with panic, but with readiness. Elves moved in clean lines, carrying crates sealed with runes, checking straps, tightening buckles, sliding thin blades into sheaths. The forge burned steady, pale light licking over metal that did not exist anywhere else on Earth. Harry stood near the open workbench, hands braced on the dark wood, watching an elf carve a spiral into a small mirror frame. The spiral was not decoration. It was a directive, a command that would sink into the glass and wait, patient, until the right eyes looked into it. Careful, Harry said. The elf did not look up. Yes, Lord Winter, Daphne's voice carried from the dais. He says careful because he broke the last one. Harry's eyes flicked toward her. I did not break it. You held it too close to your aura, Daphne said, quill moving in the air as light lines sank into the floating book. It cracked from shame. Harry's mouth twitched. Everything cracks from shame around you. Daphne looked up, and her eyes were bright in that way that meant she was amused and dangerous at the same time. True, the red ledger hovered above her, pages turning with a soft, wet sound like breath over embers. It was not a book, not really. It was a living record, tied into networks that had been built on top of older networks, all of them feeding into the same hungry center. It did not judge on feelings. It judged on patterns. Daphne traced a line in the air, and the map formed again. Light globe rotating, dark bruises pulsing. The line she drew cut across the ocean and stopped. 3 more vectors, she said. Harry's posture stayed still, but his fingers tightened on the edge of the bench. Drones, not just drones, Daphne said. Probes, sigils, scrapes. They are trying to map the ward lattice. They are not subtle. Harry looked toward the high vents where snow drifted in slow curls. They never were. Daphne's expression sharpened. The Ministry is not a person. It is a machine. It will do what machines do when they find something they cannot control. Harry's voice went quiet. It will attempt to own it. Daphne nodded once. Exactly. She set her quill down and stood. Ice crawled along the edges of the dais as she moved. Not dramatic, just present. Like her magic was always awake. She stepped down, crossing the workshop with purposeful strides. The elves parted for her the same way they parted for Harry. Not fear, respect. Daphne stopped in front of him. We need to formalize tier actions for this cycle. The misery clusters are spreading. If we keep the same thresholds, the black list grows too quickly. Harry's eyes narrowed. You want to be softer. Daphne's jaw tightened. I want to be smarter. Harry's gaze held hers. You know what happens if we let rot sit. Daphne did not back down. And you know what happens if we swing too wide. People are not numbers. Even when they are awful. Harry's mouth flattened. They become awful because no one stops them early. Daphne's eyes flashed. And sometimes they become awful because someone decided they were doomed, so they acted like it. The workshop went quiet not because the elves stopped moving, but because they moved more quietly. Like a room full of people trying not to breathe when a couple starts arguing. Harry leaned closer, voice low. You are defending them again. Daphne's gaze stayed steady. I am defending the purpose. You want to protect children. You want to protect the innocent. That is your line. If the line becomes punishment for its own sake, you are not winter. You are just cruelty wearing a better coat. Harry's eyes flashed, and for a second, the forge flames dimmed like they were listening. Do not say that. Daphne's voice softened just a fraction. Then do not walk toward it. Harry stared at her. The silence stretched. The weight behind his eyes shifted, old memories pressing forward like hands on glass. He exhaled. Slow. Fine. Show me your proposal. Daphne's shoulders loosened. She turned and moved back toward the dais. Come. Harry followed. Not because he had to, because he chose to. On the dais, the red ledger hovered closer, as if it was curious. Daphne lifted her quill again, and the air shimmered. Nice actions stay the same, she said. We do not reduce hope. If anything, we increase it where it matters. Orphanage clusters. Abuse clusters. The places where light is thin. Harry's throat tightened at the word abuse. He did not show it. And the other side. Daphne drew a circle over a bruise on the map. We refine the first tier. Mirror interventions first. Psychological corrections. Force truth. No physical harm. Not yet. Harry's voice went flat. They deserve worse. Daphne looked at him. And they will get worse if they refuse to change. But the first strike should be a chance to step back from the cliff. Harry stared at the map. He could see it now not just as a glow, as lives, as choices, as children who would be the ones to pay when adults did not. He swallowed. Second tier. Daphne's quill moved. Coal. Not as a joke, as a weight, a misfortune distortion, a consequence that follows them until they make restitution. You should not kill. You should inconvenience, expose, isolate. It should make them feel what they cause. Harry's eyes narrowed. And the black list. Daphne hesitated. Just a beat. Black list, she said quietly. Stays personal. You, me. No delegations. No spectacle. If we do it clean. No cruelty. Just removal. Harry's gaze flicked to her. You are asking me to be gentle when I strip someone's magic. Daphne's voice was low. I am asking you to remember why you are doing it. Harry's jaw clenched. Because they hurt children. Yes, Daphne said, and the sharpness returned. And because you were a child. The words hit like a punch. Harry's shoulders stiffened. The workshop felt too bright, too loud. Even with the elves moving quietly, he stared at Daphne. "Do not use that." Daphne did not blink. "I will use whatever works." Harry's eyes flashed again, and for a heartbeat, the frost script on the walls pulsed. Then Daphne stepped closer, close enough that the air between them warmed. She reached up and touched his cheek, thumb brushing the edge of his scar, gentle in a way that felt almost rude. "You do not have to become the thing you hate," she said softly. Harry's throat tightened. His voice came out rough. "Sometimes it feels like the world only listens when you scare it." Daphne's mouth twisted. "Then scare it. But do not break yourself doing it." Harry stared at her. His hand lifted, slow, and caught her wrist, holding it there against his face like he needed proof she was real. His voice dropped. "You are too good at this." Daphne's eyes softened. "Someone has to be." Harry's thumb brushed the inside of her wrist. "You never tell me what you want." Daphne's mouth twitched. "That is because you already know." Harry leaned in. The kiss this time was not brief. It was quiet, steady, the kind of kiss that said, "I am here. Do not vanish into the cold again." Daphne's fingers slid into his hair, tugging lightly like she was grounding him. When they pulled back, Daphne's forehead rested against his for a moment. She breathed out, and for a second, she looked tired too. "Fine," Harry murmured. "We do it your way. First tier gets a chance." Daphne's eyes opened, bright again. "Good." Harry's mouth curved slightly. "Do not look so smug." Daphne's smile sharpened. "I will look however I like. I run the ledger." The red ledger hummed above them, almost offended at being ignored, and a page flipped hard like a cough. Daphne looked up. Her expression changed instantly, business snapping back into place. Another vector, different signature. Harry's posture tightened. "Show me." Daphne moved her quill. The map rotated, stopping on a line cutting through the ward net. Not a drone, not a machine. This was magic, thin and deliberate. "A letter," Daphne said. Harry's eyes narrowed. From them, Daphne's quill flicked, and a shimmer formed in the air beside the dais. A small slit like reality being unzipped, and something slid through. An envelope, cream parchment, ministry seal pressed in red wax. The seal glowed faintly, layered with a charm meant to prove authenticity. Harry stared at it like it was a dead insect. Daphne did not touch it with her hands. She lifted it with a curl of ice, holding it a finger length away. "Clever," she said. "They used a diplomatic channel charm tied to old treaty magic. The wards recognize it as non-hostile." Harry's voice went cold. "They are learning." Daphne's gaze flicked to him. "Do you want to burn it?" Harry stared at the seal. He could feel the intent behind it, the neat confidence, the assumption that a letter could reach into a fortress built out of winter and drag its owner into a conference room. His mouth flattened. "Open it." Daphne raised a brow. "You sure?" Harry's eyes stayed hard. "Open it." The ice curled, breaking the wax without touching it directly. The parchment slid out, neat and folded, as if whoever wrote it had practiced being reasonable. Daphne unfolded it and read silently at first. Her face did not change much, but Harry knew her too well. He saw the micro shifts, the faint tightening around her eyes, the slight press of her lips. Harry's voice stayed calm. "Read it." Daphne's eyes lifted. "Do you want the polite tone or the real meaning?" Harry's mouth twitched. "Real meaning." Daphne looked back down and read aloud, voice crisp. "To the individual known as Harry James Potter. The Ministry of Magic acknowledges recent unusual magical phenomena and requests immediate contact for purposes of mutual safety, clarification of intent, and establishment of lawful parameters. You are hereby invited to a formal negotiation session under emergency charter. Refusal to engage may result in protective action deemed necessary by the Ministry for the welfare of the population." Daphne lowered the letter. "And it is signed by Percy Weasley." Harry stared at the parchment until the edges blurred. Percy. Neat Percy. Percy who believed rules were a shield. Percy who believed that if you wrote something in the right font, the universe would comply. Daphne's voice went quiet. "He is offering you a table." Harry's voice was flat. He is offering me a leash. Daphne nodded once. Yes. Harry's fingers flexed, and the air around the letter cooled. Frost crawled along the parchment edge. Daphne watched him. Do not crush it. He is not Croaker. Harry's eyes snapped to her. He is part of them. He is, Daphne agreed. But he is also a person who thinks he is doing the right thing. Harry's jaw tightened. So did the others. The words came out too sharp. Too old. Daphne stepped closer, placing a hand on his chest, right over his heartbeat. Harry, his throat worked. He looked away, gaze landing on the forge, on the elves, on the neat rows of gifts waiting to be assigned. His voice came out quieter. You want to know why I do not talk to them, he said. Daphne's eyes stayed on his face. Yes, Harry exhaled, and the world shifted, not with magic, but with memory. It started with smoke, not forge smoke, war smoke, thick and dirty, clinging to the back of his throat. The great hall smelled like ash and blood and potion spill, and the banners hung limp like they were exhausted too. Harry stood in the center aisle, staring at the broken tables, the shattered stone, the place where friends had died. His hands trembled, but not from cold. From the aftershock of surviving when so many had not. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood near the staff table, speaking to someone Harry could not focus on. Hermione was nearby, hair wild, eyes red. Ron sat on the floor leaning against a pillar, face blank with fatigue. He looked up when Harry approached, and for a second, the old grin almost appeared. Almost. Mate, Ron said, voice rough. You look like rubbish. Harry tried to laugh. Came out like a cough. Feel like it. Hermione pushed past the rubble and grabbed Harry's sleeve. Harry, sit. You need to sit. I am fine, Harry said automatically. Hermione's eyes flashed. Do not say that. He blinked at her. She looked furious and terrified at the same time. Kingsley turned and walked toward them, and behind him came men in ministry robes, crisp and clean like they had not just fought for their lives. One of them carried parchments. Another carried a small case made of metal and glass. Harry's stomach tightened. Kingsley's voice was gentle, but it had an edge. Harry, there is something we need to discuss. Harry's throat went dry. Can it wait? Kingsley glanced at the shattered ceiling, at the dead, at the healers moving between bodies. We do not have that luxury. Ron's brows pulled together. What is this? Hermione's grip tightened on Harry's sleeve. She looked at the men with the case, and something cold crossed her face. What are you doing? Kingsley took a breath. The Elder Wand. Harry's hand tightened around the familiar wood in his pocket. He had not even noticed he still had it. Felt like a shard of lightning, wrong in his palm. It will be secured, Kingsley said carefully. For the good of the world. Harry stared. I already decided. I am putting it back. One of the crisp men stepped forward. With respect, Mr. Potter, that is not your decision alone. Ron surged to his feet. Oh, get stuffed. The man did not react. This is not personal. This is policy. A weapon of that magnitude cannot be left to one person, regardless of intent. Hermione's voice went sharp. He is not a weapon. The man looked at her like she was a child. We are speaking in practical terms, Miss Granger. Harry's scar throbbed. Not pain. Pressure. Like the wand in his pocket was listening. Kingsley's eyes softened. Harry, I am asking you to cooperate. Harry's voice came quiet. And if I do not? Kingsley hesitated, and Harry felt the hesitation like a knife. The man with the case opened it slightly. Inside was a ring of runes and silver wire, humming faintly, the shape of a collar without being called one. A containment loop. Harry's stomach turned. Hermione saw it and went pale. No, Ron's wand was in his hand instantly. You are joking. Kingsley's jaw tightened. Put your wand down, Ron. Ron's eyes were wild. No, you do not get to do this. Not after everything. Harry's breath came faster. The room seemed to tilt. He stared at Kingsley, and for a second the new minister was not a friend or ally. He was just the face of a machine. You would restrain me, Harry said, voice flat. Right now. Kingsley looked tired. If I have to, Because I cannot let fear become the next war. Harry's laugh was broken. You are letting fear make you do it anyway. Hermione stepped between Harry and the case, shoulders squared. If you try, I will hex you. The crisp man sneered. You will do nothing. Ron moved closer to Hermione, wand steady. Try it. Kingsley lifted his hands. Stop. All of you. This is not how we do this. Harry's voice dropped. No. This is exactly how you do this. You smile. You speak softly. And you put a collar on the boy who just bled for you. Kingsley's eyes flinched. Harry. Harry's fingers curled. The air around him shifted, subtle. Not a spell. A reaction. The elder wand in his pocket hummed like a living thing. The crisp man with the case saw it and stepped back. He is activating. Ron barked a laugh, sharp and ugly. Activating. Like he is a machine. Like you did not just watch him save your lives. Hermione's voice shook. Kingsley, stop this. Please. Kingsley's face hardened. And Harry saw the moment he made his choice. The moment the office won over the man. Harry, Kingsley said, voice firm now. Hand over the wand. Harry stared at him. For a second, it felt like the whole hall held its breath. Then Harry nodded once. Kingsley's shoulders loosened, relief flickering. Harry reached into his pocket, and instead of handing over the wand, he closed his fingers around it, and the world snapped. Not time freezing. Not yet. Something else. A pressure wave of magic that shoved the air out of lungs and made the torches flare. The crisp men stumbled. Hermione grabbed a pillar. Ron swore as he caught himself. Kingsley's eyes widened. Harry, do not. Harry's voice was low. I do not want to fight you. Kingsley's wand lifted anyway. Then do not make me. Harry's chest tightened. He could not breathe properly. Not from fear. From betrayal. I will put it back, Harry said, voice rough. I will break the line. I will end it. That was always the plan. The crisp man snapped. He is lying. Ron roared. Shut up. Hermione's eyes were wet. Harry, please. Harry looked at her, and something in his face cracked. You believe them too. Hermione flinched. No, I believe you. I do not want you to do something you regret. Harry's laugh was empty. I regret breathing in this room. He turned to Ron, and Ron's face twisted with anger and grief. Mate, Ron said, voice thick. Just go. Just get out before you do something mad. Harry nodded once. Yeah. Kingsley stepped forward. Harry, if you leave now, the Ministry will hunt you. Harry's eyes turned cold. Then the Ministry will learn what it feels like to chase a ghost. He pulled the cloak from his pocket, the fabric black against ash. He hesitated for half a second, not because he doubted leaving, but because leaving meant accepting he had no home in the world he saved. Hermione whispered, Harry. Harry looked at her, and the words hurt too much to say out loud. He could not promise he would come back. He could not promise he would forgive them, so he did the only thing he could. He leaned forward and pressed his forehead to Hermione's for a brief moment. He smelled smoke in her hair. He felt her tremble. Then he turned and did the same to Ron, quick and rough, the kind of touch boys do when they cannot admit they are breaking. Ron's voice cracked. Do not you dare die. Harry's mouth twitched once. No promises. Kingsley's wand stayed raised. Harry, stop. Harry pulled the cloak over his shoulders. The world blurred. He did not apparate. He did not need to. He stepped into a shadow made by broken stone and vanished. Behind him, he heard someone shout his name. Hermione, maybe. Ron, maybe. Kingsley, maybe. It did not matter, because the next thing he felt was cold. Real cold. Clean cold. A cold that did not pretend to be anything but itself. He stood alone under a sky full of stars. Far north, breath steaming, cloak heavy on his shoulders. No walls, no people, no hands reaching for a leash, just winter. He should have felt free. Instead he felt hollow. The memory snapped back, and Harry blinked in the workshop like he had been punched. Daphne's hand was still on his chest. Her eyes were sharp with understanding. She did not ask if the flashback was true. She knew. She had read enough, lived enough to recognize the shape of betrayal. Harry's voice came out low. That is why. Daphne's jaw tightened. They tried to restrain you. Harry nodded once. They called it safety. Daphne's eyes went cold. It was fear. Dressed up. Harry stared at the letter in her ice grip. Percy's neat handwriting. Percy's careful phrases. Percy's belief that if you offered a chair, the storm would sit. Daphne's voice softened. Percy was not there that night, was he? Harry's mouth twisted. No. He came later. When the machine was already moving, Daphne held the letter out. Do you want to answer him? Harry's fingers hovered, then lowered. Yes. Daphne's brows lifted slightly. Really? Harry's eyes stayed hard. Yes, because if I do not, they will assume they are being ignored. And they will escalate anyway. At least this way, they know exactly where they stand. Daphne nodded once. Dictate. Harry stared at the parchment. He did not touch it. He just spoke, voice steady, and his words fell into the air like frost forming. To Percy Weasley, your invitation is refused. Daphne's eyes flicked to him. Harry continued, voice calm. Your request for parameters is denied. Your claim of jurisdiction is irrelevant. I will not attend your table. I will not be studied. I will not be contained. Daphne's quill moved in the air, ink light sinking into a new parchment that formed beside the letter, conjured clean and simple. Harry's voice went colder. If you attempt to breach my wards, you will be treated as an aggressor. If you attempt to interfere with my work, you will be removed. Permanently. Daphne's quill paused. Just for a beat. Harry's eyes did not change. I am not your citizen. I am not your weapon. I am Winter. Act accordingly. Daphne finished the last line, then lifted her gaze. That last sentence is a threat. Harry's mouth flattened. It is a warning. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then she nodded. Fine. She folded the response, sealed it in ice, and flicked her wrist. The ice darted into the air, found the same seam, and vanished. Harry exhaled slowly. He did not feel better. He just felt clearer. Daphne's voice went quiet. He will not accept it. Harry's eyes stayed on the map. No, and he will bring an ultimatum. Harry's voice stayed flat. Yes. Daphne's quill lifted again, and the globe rotated. The bruised clusters pulsed harder now, almost impatient. Harry looked at them, and his voice dropped. We keep working. Daphne nodded. We keep working. The elves moved again. Faster now, as if the fortress itself had decided to speed up. In the far corner of the workshop, a heavy door opened, and a shape stepped through that made the temperature shift. It was not a person. It was a Dementor, except it was not moving like a wild hunger. It moved like a soldier. Its cloak did not trail ragged. It hung clean, bound with runic cords at the shoulders. A metal collar ringed its throat, carved with symbols that pulsed softly, controlling. An elf walked beside it, hand on a chain that was more symbolic than necessary. The Dementor stopped and bowed its hood. Harry's eyes narrowed. Daphne's voice was calm. The Krampus unit is ready. Harry stared at the controlled creature for a long moment. Then he nodded once. Good. Daphne's gaze slid to him. You know they will use this against you. Harry's mouth twisted. They use everything against me. Daphne's eyes hardened. Then we do not give them a story of monsters. We give them a story of protection. Harry's gaze flicked back to the Dementor. It is protection. Daphne's voice went sharp. It is also terrifying. Remember the difference. Harry did not answer. He stepped forward, stopping in front of the Krampus unit, close enough to feel the cold radiating off it. The air around it tasted faintly metallic, like old coins. Orders, Harry said. The creature did not speak. Could not. It did not need to. Harry's voice stayed low. Patrol the outer lattice. If they send men, you stop them. You do not feed. You do not hunt. You hold. The Dementor bowed again. The elf beside it swallowed, then said, Yes, Lord Winter. Daphne watched the scene with a tight expression. She did not like the Dementors. She never had. She tolerated them because the world forced her to accept ugly tools. Harry turned back toward the dais. We will deliver this cycle. Daphne's voice was quiet. And we will survive it. Claudia's eyes met hers. We will. The red ledger hummed again, louder, as if it was laughing at their confidence. In London, Percy Weasley received Harry's answer. He read it once, then again, his face drained of color. Across the room, Shacklebolt watched him, expression grim. Robards leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Croaker stood very still, eyes fixed on Percy like he was waiting for a reaction. Percy swallowed, throat bobbing. He refused. Shacklebolt's voice was low. Did he threaten? Percy's hand tightened on the parchment. He said we would be treated as aggressors. He said he would remove us. Permanently. Robards let out a breath through his nose. At least he is honest. Percy's eyes flashed. This is not something we accept. Shacklebolt's gaze stayed steady. No. It is something we manage. Percy's voice rose. Minister. He is declaring himself above the law, Croaker murmured. He is declaring the law beneath him. Percy's eyes snapped to Croaker. Then we prove him wrong. Robards's voice went hard. And how do you plan to do that, Percy? With a committee. Percy's cheeks flushed. With authority. With planning. With strategy. With the full weight of the ministry. Robards stared at him. He froze time. What does the full weight of the ministry do against that? Percy's jaw clenched. We find leverage. Shacklebolt's expression tightened. No, Percy blinked. Minister, no leverage, Shacklebolt said, voice sharp now. No hostages. No threats against children. No dirty tricks. Percy stiffened. I did not suggest that. Robards's laugh was humorless. Not out loud. Percy's eyes flashed. I am not a monster. Croaker's voice was quiet. Monsters rarely think they are. Percy's hands shook. He forced them steady. Fine. Then we do this clean. We send an ultimatum. Shacklebolt stared at him. Percy swallowed. We set a boundary. We establish that he cannot monitor the population. He cannot judge. He cannot punish. He must cease operations immediately until oversight is established. Robards said, You want to tell Winter to stop being cold? Percy snapped. I want to stop a man from deciding who deserves gifts and who deserves punishment. Robards's gaze turned icy. Where was that energy when the Death Eaters ran half the country? Percy flinched. Do not. Robards stepped closer. No, actually. Let us. You want to lecture Harry about power. Where were you when power was breaking into homes? Percy's voice tightened. Defensive. I was working within the system. Robards barked a laugh. Yeah, the system. Shacklebolt's voice cut through them again. Enough. He looked at Percy, and there was no softness left. You send an ultimatum, Percy, and you push him into a corner. That is how wars start. Percy's eyes were bright with stubbornness. Minister. He is already at war with the concept of oversight. Shacklebolt stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned to Croaker. What do you have? Croaker's eyes focused. We can test the ward seams. Not with a team. With a probe. A living probe. Percy frowned. Living. Croaker nodded slightly. A trained Auror under layered concealment with a tether. If the ward rejects him, we learn. If the ward accepts him, we gain a foothold. Robards's eyes narrowed. You want to send someone to be torn apart by Winter. Croaker's voice stayed clinical. We send someone to gather data. Percy's face tightened. We cannot endanger our people like that. Robards stared at him. You just proposed an ultimatum that would get people killed. Do not pretend you care about safety now. Percy's jaw clenched. This is different. Robards's voice was quiet. No. It is not. Shacklebolt rubbed his temple. He looked older. No probes. No teams. Not yet. Croaker's eyes hardened. Delay reduces our odds. Shacklebolt's gaze snapped. I do not care about odds if the price is blood. Not again. Silence. Then Percy said quietly, Then I will do it. Robards's head jerked. What? Percy's posture stayed straight. If we need contact, if we need a living probe, if we need a voice that will not be interpreted as a threat, then I will go. Shacklebolt stared at him. Percy, no. Percy's eyes were steady now, and there was something in them that looked almost like courage, or maybe it was just stubbornness wearing a brave face. He will listen to me. He has to. We were family once in a way. I can remind him. Robards's voice was low. You do not know him. Percy's jaw tightened. I know what he did for us. Croaker's mouth twitched slightly, not quite a smile. Interesting. Shacklebolt's voice was firm. Absolutely not. Percy's gaze flicked to the parchment in his hand. Harry's refusal. His cheeks tightened. Minister, with respect, you are hesitating because you are afraid. I understand fear. But if we let him continue, we normalize an unaccountable judge in the sky. That is not freedom. That is feudalism with a sack. Robards's eyes narrowed. Careful, Percy kept going. I will go. I will deliver an ultimatum in person, and I will offer a path back into lawful structure. If he refuses, at least we will have clarity. Shacklebolt's hands pressed harder on the table. Percy's voice dropped. If you will not lead, someone has to. The room went cold. Robards moved like he might grab Percy by the collar. Shacklebolt lifted a hand, stopping him without looking. Croaker watched Percy like a scientist watching a rat volunteer for the maze. Shacklebolt's voice was quiet. Sit down. Percy did not sit. Shacklebolt stared at him for a long moment, then spoke slowly. You are not going alone, and you are not delivering an ultimatum. You are delivering a message of restraint. If you push, you die. If you threaten, you die. If you mention oversight like it is a collar, you die. Percy swallowed. Minister, Shacklebolt's eyes were hard. Do you understand? Percy's throat worked. Yes, Robards muttered. He does not. Shacklebolt looked at Croaker. Can you send him? Croaker's eyes narrowed. To the pole. No, but I can send him close. The rest is on the ward lattice and on Potter. Percy's hands clenched, then loosened. Then do it. The cut back north was not gentle. A vibration ran through the obsidian floor, subtle but wrong. The kind of vibration that meant someone was pressing on the outside of your skin. Daphne felt it first. She lifted her head, eyes narrowing at the map. Harry was already moving, stepping onto the balcony. Cloak heavy, hair whipping in the wind. Daphne followed, wand in hand, ice gathering at her fingertips like a habit. The sky above the pole shimmered faintly, like heat haze, except it was cold. A seam in the air, a thin bruised line, widening. Harry's eyes narrowed. Daphne's voice was tight. That is not a drone. No, Harry said softly. That is a person. The seam widened. A figure fell through, not screaming, not flailing, like they had been dropped. Harry lifted his hand. Time slowed this time, not stopped. Just slowed enough that the falling figure moved like a leaf in thick air. Daphne's breath caught. Harry's jaw tightened. I know. He flicked his wrist, and shadow rose, catching the figure like a net. The person landed on the ice below the balcony with a hard thud that would have broken ribs if winter had not softened the impact a fraction. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Who? Harry stepped forward, cloak snapping. The figure pushed up onto hands and knees, coughing, breath steaming. They lifted their head, and the aurora light caught red hair, neat clothes, and a face that looked furious and terrified at once. Percy Weasley looked up at Harry Potter. His voice came out strained. Harry, thank Merlin. Harry's expression did not change. Daphne's wand stayed steady. Harry's voice was calm, and it was worse than anger. Percy swallowed. I am not here to fight. I am here to talk. Harry stared down at him, and the night seemed to deepen around his shoulders. Then talk, Harry said. And choose your words like you want to leave alive. Percy's eyes flicked to Daphne, then back to Harry. He forced himself to stand, shaking slightly from cold and ward shock. I have an official message from the ministry, Percy began. Harry's eyes narrowed. That is your first mistake. Percy's jaw tightened, stubbornness flaring. Harry, listen. Please. We cannot have you operating like this without accountability. People are frightened. Daphne's voice cut in sharp. They are frightened because they are used to owning everything. Percy's eyes flashed. And you are who? Daphne's smile was thin. The person standing next to him when you decided to drop yourself into winter. Harry lifted a hand slightly, not stopping Daphne, just signaling control. His eyes stayed on Percy. Percy swallowed again. Harry, You do not have to do this alone. Harry's mouth twitched, humorless. That line is late by years. Percy flinched. I know I was not there. But I am here now. And I am telling you, if you continue, the ministry will escalate. I do not want that. Harry stared. You came to warn me. Percy nodded quickly. Yes, Daphne's voice was cool. And to measure him. Percy's gaze snapped to her. No, Harry's eyes narrowed. Be honest. Percy's throat worked. Both. I am not going to lie. I need to understand what you are doing. But I also do not want this to become a war. Harry's voice went quiet. Then do not bring war to my door. Percy took a breath, forcing steadiness. Harry, the idea of a naughty and nice system monitoring behavior across the entire population is illegal. It is surveillance. It is judgment without trial. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Trial is what failed children in your world. Percy's cheeks flushed. That is unfair. Daphne's voice stayed flat. Is it? Percy looked back at Harry, desperation flickering. This is not sustainable. You cannot decide who deserves punishment. Harry's gaze held his. I am not deciding. I am correcting. There is a difference. Percy's jaw clenched. That sounds like tyranny. Harry's eyes flashed, and the air turned colder. Do not use that word here. Percy swallowed, then pushed through. Then tell me what it is. Explain. Because from the outside, it looks like you built a throne in the snow and decided you are above everyone. Harry stared at him for a long moment. Then he said, quiet. You want to see the ledger? Percy blinked. Yes. Daphne's brows lifted. Harry did not look at her. He came. He is here. If he leaves without understanding, he becomes a weapon in their hands. If he sees, he at least becomes a witness. Daphne's jaw tightened, but she nodded once. Fine. But I am watching him. Percy's eyes flicked to Daphne again, then back. Thank you. Harry turned away, cloak sweeping, and walked back into the fortress. He did not check if Percy followed. He assumed. Percy hurried after, boots slipping on ice, breath ragged. Daphne fell into step beside Harry, wand still in hand. Inside, the corridors swallowed sound. The warmth of the workshop hit Percy like a slap, and he stopped for half a second, staring. Elves in dark leather, blades, crates, a controlled Dementor standing like a guard. Percy went pale. Harry, what have you done? Harry's voice was calm. I built something that works. Percy's gaze flicked to the Dementor. That is a Dementor. Daphne's voice went sharp. It is a tool. It is controlled. It is fed on guilt, not souls. Percy's eyes widened. That is impossible. Harry's gaze stayed forward. You keep saying that. It is getting boring. They reached the dais. The red ledger hovered, pages turning slowly, like it was watching Percy with interest. Percy stared at it, throat tight. That is the ledger. Daphne nodded once. Yes. Percy stepped closer, then stopped, like he was afraid it would bite. This is alive. Daphne's mouth twitched. Everything important is. Harry stood beside Daphne, posture still, eyes on Percy. You want to argue about legality. Fine. Argue. But first, look. Daphne lifted her quill and traced the air. The globe formed again. Percy's breath caught. The light, the bruises, the pulsing misery clusters. Percy whispered, What is that? Daphne's voice went quiet, clinical. A misery map. The world's rot. It spikes where children are harmed, where despair breeds violence, where people choose cruelty because no one stops them. Percy swallowed. And you think gifts solve that? Harry's voice was low. Gifts do not solve it. Intervention solves it. Gifts are just the shape intervention takes when you want it to be bearable. Percy's eyes flicked to a bright cluster. What does bright mean? Daphne answered. Hope, recovery, people choosing better, communities doing the work. Percy's voice tightened. And the dark. Harry's eyes turned colder. That is where I go. Percy looked at him, face pale. Harry, you cannot. Harry's voice was quiet. I already did. Percy's hands shook. He clenched them. You are acting like a judge. Daphne's eyes narrowed. No. He is acting like a stopgap because your system does not move fast enough. Percy's jaw tightened. You cannot justify tyranny by saying bureaucracy is slow. Harry's gaze snapped to him. Do not call it tyranny again. Percy flinched, then forced himself steady. Then what do you call stripping someone's magic? What do you call cursing them with misfortune? What do you call sending dementors after them? Harry stepped closer. Percy did not step back, but his breath hitched. Harry's voice was low. I call it consequence. Percy's eyes flashed. Consequences are decided by courts. Harry's mouth twisted. Courts let abusers walk when they have money. Percy's face tightened. That is not always true. Harry's eyes went dark. It was true enough. Silence stretched, heavy. Daphne's voice softened slightly. Not for Percy, but for Harry. Harry did not look at her. Percy swallowed again. Listen, I am not saying do nothing. I am saying work with us. Let us build a lawful structure around what you are doing. Oversight, transparency, limits. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Limits. That word again. Percy's jaw clenched. Yes, limits. Because power without limits is dangerous. Harry stared at him. And who limits the ministry? Percy hesitated. Harry's voice went colder. Who limits Croaker? Percy's throat worked. Daphne's smile was thin. Exactly. Percy forced words out. The minister. The Wiesengemot. The public. Harry's laugh was quiet and ugly. The public does not even know Croaker exists. Percy's eyes flicked. That is classified. Harry's gaze was flat. And that is why I do not trust you. Percy's shoulders sagged slightly, frustration leaking out. Then what do you want, Harry? Harry stared at him for a long moment. Then he said, calm and terrifying, I want you to leave, and I want your machine to stop reaching for my throat. Percy's face tightened. I cannot promise that. Harry's eyes narrowed. Then you are not here to talk. You are here to deliver a leash. Percy's voice rose, desperate now. Harry, I am trying to stop a war. Harry's voice stayed low. Then stop escalating. Percy stared at him, chest heaving. Then he said it, the thing he had been holding back. The ministry will not stop, Percy said, voice shaking. They will keep sending probes. They will send teams. Croaker will push. The press will scream. They will call you a dark lord. They will call you a monster. They will call you Santa or demon or worse. And eventually, Minister Shacklebolt will lose control, and someone else will take the chair. Someone who will not hesitate. Daphne's eyes went cold. So you are here to tell us the machine will keep biting until it draws blood. Percy swallowed. Yes. Harry stared at him. And your solution is oversight. Percy's eyes were bright now, frustration and fear mixing. My solution is compromise. Harry's voice went quiet. Compromise is what you do when both sides are equal. Percy blinked. What? Harry's eyes held his. You came here thinking you had leverage. You do not. You came here thinking your laws matter up here. They do not. You came here thinking you could tame winter. Percy's throat worked. Harry. Harry's voice dropped. You cannot. Percy stood there, shaking slightly, and for a second he looked very young. Like a boy trying to play adult in robes too big for him. Daphne watched him with a tight expression. Then she said, quieter, Percy. If you truly want to stop a war, you take one thing back with you. Percy blinked at her. What? Daphne's gaze sharpened. Truth. You tell them he is not playing. You tell them he is not bluffing. You tell them if they push, they will lose people. And you tell them the ledger sees everything, and it will remember. Percy swallowed. That sounds like a threat. Daphne's smile was thin. It is a boundary. Harry's gaze stayed on Percy. You have your message. Percy's face tightened. So that is it. You refuse all oversight. You refuse all terms. Harry's voice was calm. Yes. Percy's shoulders stiffened, and something snapped into place. The bureaucrat mask returned, but now it had anger under it. Then I have to deliver mine, Percy said, voice firmer. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You said you were not delivering an ultimatum. Percy's jaw clenched. I did not intend to, but you are leaving us no choice. Harry's eyes narrowed. Careful. Percy swallowed, then spoke anyway. If you continue monitoring the population, Percy said, voice shaking but determined, the ministry will classify you as a hostile entity. They will authorize protective action. They will attempt to breach your fortress. They will attempt to neutralize your tools. They will attempt to free any creatures you have bound. The workshop went dead quiet. Even the forge seemed to pause. Harry stared at Percy. Daphne's hand lifted slightly, ice gathering. Harry's voice came out low. Say that again. Percy's throat worked, but he did not back down. Harry, you cannot keep a controlled Dementor army. You cannot build a surveillance ledger. You cannot punish citizens. You cannot. Harry's eyes flashed, and the air dropped several degrees. Frost crawled along the edge of the dais. Daphne's voice was sharp. Percy, stop. Percy's gaze flicked to her, and for a second he looked frightened. Then stubbornness returned. No. Someone has to say it. Harry stepped closer. Percy's breath hitched, but he held his ground. Harry's voice was quiet, almost gentle, and it was worse than shouting. You are standing in my workshop, in my fortress, under my ledger, telling me what I cannot do. Percy swallowed. Yes. Harry's gaze turned flat. And you think you will walk out? Percy's eyes widened. Harry. Daphne stepped between them instantly, palm against Harry's chest. No. Harry's eyes flicked to her, and something in them softened just a fraction. Daphne. Daphne's voice was low, urgent. Do not. Not here. Not like this. He is not Croaker. He is a messenger, and if you break him, you give them the monster story they want. Harry's jaw clenched. Percy stared, breathing hard, eyes darting between them. Daphne kept her hand on Harry's chest, grounding him. She looked at Percy, voice sharp. You made your point, she said. Now you leave. Percy swallowed. I cannot just leave. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You can. Because if you do not, Winter will make the choice for you. Harry's breath came slow. His fingers flexed, then loosened. Percy's voice dropped. Harry, please, do not let this be the last time we speak. Harry stared at him. For a moment, the ancient weight cracked, and something raw looked out. Then stop bringing chains, Harry said quietly. Percy's face twisted. We are not trying to chain you. We are trying to protect people. Harry's voice went flat again. You are trying to protect your control. Daphne lifted her quill. The air shimmered. A seam opened, smaller this time, controlled like a door being held open. Go, Daphne said. Percy hesitated. Harry. Harry did not answer. Percy's jaw tightened. Then he turned and stepped into the seam. Before he vanished, he looked back at Harry, eyes bright with something like grief. I am sorry, Percy said. Then he was gone. The seam closed. The workshop breathed again. Daphne lowered her quill slowly. Her shoulders were tense. That was reckless. Harry's voice was low. He threatened us. Daphne's eyes snapped to him. He threatened you because he is terrified and because Croaker is whispering in his ear. Harry's jaw clenched. It does not matter why. It matters what comes next. Daphne's voice went quiet. They will come. Harry stared at the map. The bruises pulsed harder, like the world itself was bracing. Harry's voice dropped. Then we finish preparing. Daphne's eyes narrowed. And we do not become what they call us. Harry's mouth twisted. They will call us monsters either way. Daphne stepped closer, hands sliding into his. Then we stay human anyway. Harry looked down at their hands, fingers interlaced, the warmth in the middle of a fortress built out of cold. He squeezed once. Fine. The red ledger hummed louder, and the page flipped hard. Daphne's gaze snapped up, eyes widening. Harry. Harry looked. The globe map shuddered. A new line appeared, not thin this time, thick, heavy, multiple vectors converging. Not a letter, not a person, an organized push. Harry's eyes narrowed. They are sending a team. Daphne's jaw tightened. Multiple teams. From deeper in the fortress, the alarm began again, low and pulsing, traveling through obsidian like a heartbeat. Elves snapped into motion. The Krampus unit lifted its head. Harry's voice went quiet. They chose. Daphne's eyes hardened. Then we answer. Harry turned toward the corridor, cloak sweeping. Iron cohort. Battle stations. An elf saluted, eyes bright. Yes, Lord Winter. Daphne fell into step beside Harry, wand in hand, ice crawling up her forearm like armor. As they moved, Harry's voice dropped, only for Daphne. You were right. Daphne's eyes flicked to him. About what? Harry's jaw tightened. They interpret restraint as weakness. Daphne's mouth flattened. Then we do not do restraint. We do control. Harry nodded once. Outside, beyond the wards, the night sky above the pole began to shimmer with stress lines, like glass about to crack. And somewhere in London, Croker watched a set of glowing charts, lips moving as if counting. Not prayers. The bell alarms did not sound like bells at all. They sounded like steel being dragged across ice, deep and ugly, echoing through the citadel as the hangar doors started to split apart. Cold air rushed in like it was angry about being invited, and the torches along the rafters bent sideways in the draft. Harry was already moving. He had his cloak thrown back, dark leather over his shoulders, wand in his right hand, and his left gloved palm pressed against the sleigh like he could calm it just by touching it. The thing was alive in its own way, not breathing, not thinking, but humming with old magic that had been layered, patched, and sharpened for centuries. It was not a wooden cart. It was a weapon that could pretend to be a miracle. Daphne was on the platform above him, one hand gripping the railing, the other holding her own wand pointed down at the core rune array. Her hair was tied back in a way that meant she expected trouble, and her eyes had that thin, sharp focus she got when she was balancing something that could explode. You're late, she called down, even though he was not. Harry looked up at her. I'm on time. You're anxious. I'm realistic, she shot back. There's a difference. Creature appeared at Harry's shoulder with a crack, already wearing his iron-fitted harness like it was part of him. The old elf had a leather strap across his chest and a set of goggles pushed up onto his forehead. He looked furious that his goggles existed. Creature is saying, the elf muttered, that the lady is correct, and the master should stop trying to flirt with death like it is a dancing partner. Harry did not even blink. Death and I are on speaking terms. Creature made a noise like a kettle giving up. Above them, the 8 Thestrals stamped in their stalls, each one massive, skeletal in the way predators were skeletal, all angles and dark muscle under hides that looked like they drank the light. The armor plating on them was not decorative. Basilisk scale, layered over their chests and necks, set into straps that had been charmed to flex without ever breaking. Their eyes rolled white in the torchlight, and their wings twitched like they were itching to tear the ceiling apart. Harry walked up to the nearest one, the lead Thestral, and rested his forehead against its neck. You ready? He murmured. The Thestral huffed hot breath into his hair and shoved him lightly, like it wanted him to stop being sentimental and start doing his job. Daphne's voice softened just a little, the edge still there but not cutting. Do not get yourself ripped out of the sky. That's not the plan, Harry called back. It never is, she said. Harry stepped up onto the sleigh's runner, boots crunching on frost, and swung himself into the pilot's seat like he had done it 1,000 times. Because he had. The seat was worn in exactly the way a favorite weapon got worn. The grip where his fingers always went. The slight dip where his weight settled. The old scars in the wood under the basilisk plating, where it had taken hits and kept going. Creature climbed in behind him, bracing himself at the navigator's console. Master, he said, and his voice was serious now, not grumbling. The dragnet is active. Harry's jaw tightened. Already, they were waiting, Daphne said from above, and Harry could hear her tapping a finger against the railing even from here. They would have been idiots not to. Croker's not an idiot, Harry said. He pushed his wand into the sleigh's core slot, and the whole thing shuddered like it had been holding its breath. He's just greedy, Creature snorted. Greedy is too gentle a word. Harry leaned back slightly, rolling his shoulders, checking every strap, every charm. The sack was lashed beside him, enormous and dark, its mouth sealed shut with a knot of magic that would have made most curse breakers sweat. Inside it, the gifts shifted like restless dreams. Daphne stepped down from the platform stairs and came closer, boots striking metal, the sound sharp in the hangar. She stopped right beside the sleigh, close enough that Harry could smell her perfume under the cold. Something clean and bitter, like pine needles crushed in a fist. She reached up and hooked a finger under his collar, tugging him forward. "Look at me," she said. Harry did. Her eyes flicked over his face, like she was memorizing it again even though she did not need to. She pressed her thumb lightly to the edge of his scar. The lightning bolt faded but still there, like the world could not fully let it go. "I hate this part," she admitted, low enough that Creature pretended not to hear. Harry's voice went quieter too. "I know, you come back," she said. "Not a request, not a hope, a demand." He gave her a crooked smile. "You say that like you can order me." "I can," she said and leaned in. The kiss was quick, not dramatic, not sweet in a storybook way. It was real. A press of lips and teeth and warmth in the middle of all this cold. A promise passed back and forth like a weapon. When she pulled away, her face was composed again, like she had put the softness back in a box. She stepped back and glanced at Creature. "If he tries anything stupid," Daphne said, "hit him." Creature looked offended. Creature would never strike the master. Daphne arched a brow. Creature sighed. "Creature will consider it." Harry laughed once under his breath, and then his expression went hard again. The hangar doors continued opening. Outside, the night sky was black and clean, the stars sharp. The runway was not a runway, not really. It was a strip of ice carved into a launch rail, runes cut deep into it, glowing faintly blue. At the far end, the cliff dropped away into darkness. Creature's hands moved over the console, snapping switches down, feeding power into the runner charms. "Harness lock set," he barked, like he was an airman instead of an elf. "Thestrals linked. Shield array warm." Daphne lifted her wand and flicked it, and the restraints on the Thestrals snapped open in perfect sequence. The creatures surged forward together, wings spreading, claws scraping sparks out of the ice. Their harnesses clinked. Their breath steamed. Harry tightened his grip on the sleigh's reins. They were not leather. They were braided spellwork, cold under his gloves, humming against his skin like a heartbeat. He leaned forward slightly, and his voice dropped into something older than cheer, older than tradition. "Run!" The Thestrals launched. The sleigh slammed forward so hard Harry's spine felt it. The rails screamed under the runners. The citadel fell away behind them as the night swallowed the world. For a second, they were just hurtling toward the cliff, toward empty air, and every instinct any sane person had would have said this was the part where you died. Harry's instincts were not sane anymore. The sleigh hit the edge of the cliff and did not stop. The Thestrals beat their wings once, and the world dropped. Then it caught. The runner charms flared, and the sleigh snapped upward like a thrown knife. The air turned dense around them, the shields blooming into place with a crackle of blue light. Harry's stomach lifted, his lungs pulled tight, and then they were flying, rising fast, the citadel shrinking into a black spike of ice behind them. The sound that followed was not a sonic boom. It was bells, deep, metallic, angry bells that rolled across the sky like thunder. Creature laughed, sharp and delighted, and Harry could not help the grin that broke across his face. "There you go," Harry said softly, "to the sleigh, to the Thestrals, to the night. That's what you were built for." They cut through the Arctic air in a straight climb, then leveled out, turning south. Snow whipped past the shields in white streaks. The stars blurred. Harry's hands were steady on the reins, but his pulse was not calm. It never was at the start. The start was always a knife edge, the moment where it could all go wrong. He glanced down at the map charm glowing on the console, a swirling thing of light that showed land and sea and the faint pulsing points of the list. Millions of points, millions of lives. Creature's fingers jabbed at a rune, and a new layer flickered into view. A web, a thin, shimmering net of spell lines, laid across the airspace like someone had stitched the sky shut. Harry's eyes narrowed. "They built it wide. They built it for you," Creature said grimly. Daphne's voice crackled through the mirror-link charm, clear and furious in Harry's ear. "They are not trying to scare you off, Harry. They are trying to trap you." "I noticed," Harry said. "You were going to tell me you have a plan," Daphne snapped. "I always have a plan." And it's always ridiculous. Harry's mouth twitched. It works. Sometimes. Harry adjusted his angle, the sleigh responding instantly. Diving a little, speeding up. The Thestrals shrieked into the wind, and Harry felt the sound in his bones. The border of the United Kingdom appeared as a faint line on the map. The dragnet shimmered ahead of them, barely visible unless you knew what you were looking for. It looked like nothing. It looked like empty air, and it would cut him out of the sky. Harry breathed out through his nose. Creature is ready, the elf said, already strapped in tighter. Harry leaned forward and spoke to the Thestrals again, voice low. Do not panic. Do not fight the net. Follow me. The lead Thestral flicked its wings and gave a sharp click sound, like it understood. Harry raised the Elder Wand. He did not shout a spell. He did not need to. The air in front of the sleigh rippled, like heat haze in the middle of winter, and then the dragnet showed itself, an ugly lattice of silver chains and runes, stretching from horizon to horizon. It glowed faintly, hungry. Harry did not slow down. Daphne's voice went tight. Harry, watch, he said. He flicked the Elder Wand once, and the sleigh's shield flared brighter, like it was bracing. Harry felt the pressure in his chest, the way the world narrowed when you were about to hit something you could not dodge. Then he pulled, not on the reins, on reality. The sleigh tipped into a roll, heavy and fast, like a ship turning in a storm. The Thestrals folded their wings in and spun with it, their bodies twisting in a way that would have torn a broom rider in half. Harry's stomach lurched, but he kept his grip steady, eyes locked forward. The dragnet rushed toward them. Harry shoved the Elder Wand down, and the space right in front of the sleigh bent. Not much, just enough. The chains touched the shield, and sparks screamed off the contact like molten snow. The sound was a shriek that made Harry's teeth ache. The sleigh shook violently. Creature swore in a way that did not sound like an elf was supposed to swear. Harry shoved again, and the sleigh slid, not through the net, but along it, skimming the lattice like a stone skipping across ice. The Thestral screamed, wings snapping open, catching air, and the sleigh shot sideways, clearing the dragnet by a breath. Harry straightened them out, heart slamming, palms sweating inside his gloves. Behind them, the dragnet lit up fully, alarms flaring like angry stars. The web did not move, but the sky around it did. Shapes rose from below. Brooms, not old ones, not the usual Orr patrol line. These were fast, sleek, built for speed, built to hit hard. The riders wore dark armor with the Ministry crest spelled into it, and their wands were already raised. Creature spat. They brought a squad. They brought more than a squad, Daphne said, voice cold now. Croaker is in the air. Harry's eyes sharpened. He spotted the center formation, the rider who flew too calm, too straight, like he did not feel the wind the same way everyone else did. That was not an Orr. That was someone who lived inside rules and broke them quietly. Croaker. Harry's grip on the reins tightened until his knuckles ached. Croaker's voice carried across the sky, amplified by a charm, smooth and almost polite. Harry. Harry did not answer. Croaker continued anyway, like he expected that. Return to the ground. This is your final warning. The Department of Mysteries has jurisdiction over all anomalous entities operating in British airspace. Harry laughed. Came out sharp. You still call me an entity like it makes you less afraid. Croaker's broom angled closer, just enough to show confidence. You are not above regulation. I'm above your regulations, Harry said and pointed his wand. The first spell he threw was not lethal. It was practical. A flare of silver light erupted in front of the sleigh, blinding bright, like someone had lit a small sun. The Orrs closest to it swore and jerked their brooms sideways, shields snapping up. Creature yanked a lever, and the sleigh's rear compartments opened. Presents shot out like artillery shells. For half a second, the Orrs probably thought Harry had lost his mind. Then the gifts burst, not into shrapnel, into fireworks, explosions of color and sound that slammed into shields, rattled brooms, and filled the air with smoke that glittered like crushed glass. The sound was huge, booming, and under it, the bells of the sleigh rang again, deep and mocking. Harry rolled the sleigh hard left, slipping between two oars who were still blinking and coughing. The Thestrals pivoted like they were built for this, wings beating fast, pulling the heavy sleigh through the gap. A curse streaked past Harry's shoulder and cracked against the shield with a fizz of green. Another hit the runner charm and made the sleigh buck. Kreacher shouted, hands flying over runes. Shield integrity is dropping on the left side. Patch it! Harry snapped, eyes on the sky. Croaker's broom surged forward, and a chain spell snapped out of his wand, silver and thick, whipping toward the sleigh's harness. Harry's reaction was instant. He did not counter the chain with a shield. He used the sack. He grabbed the massive dark bag beside him, yanked it free, and swung it up like a shield. The chain hit the sack's mouth and vanished. Croaker's eyes widened, just for a fraction. Harry grinned at him, cold. You really thought you'd catch me with a rope trick? Croaker's voice went sharper. That bag should not exist. It does, Harry said. That's been the problem for you for a long time. More brooms closed in from behind, trying to box him, trying to herd the sleigh back toward the dragnet like wolves pushing prey toward a trap. Harry refused to be herded. He dipped the sleigh suddenly, diving toward the rooftops of London, the city sprawling beneath them in dark grids and faint streetlights. The wind howled louder, and the Thestrals screamed like something out of a nightmare. Daphne's voice snapped in his ear. What are you doing? Delivering, Harry said. You are in the middle of a fight. I'm in the middle of a job. Harry angled the sleigh low enough that the shields brushed the tops of chimneys. The oars hesitated, not wanting to crash into a Muggle neighborhood. Harry did not have that problem. He rolled the sleigh, threading between two rooftops, the wings of the Thestrals folding in tight. Tiles shattered under the wake of magic. Snow blew off ledges in white bursts. A broom rider panicked and pulled up too hard, clipping a chimney. He spun, swearing, barely catching himself before he hit a streetlight. Harry spared him half a glance. Amateur! Kreacher barked a laugh that sounded almost proud. The map charm pulsed. One point on it flared bright, urgent, like it was screaming. Harry's throat tightened. He knew that feeling. He knew that particular pull in the magic. A child's request, raw and desperate, cutting through everything like a blade. Daphne heard it too somehow through the link. Her voice went quieter. You felt it. Yeah, Harry said. He could have ignored it for 10 minutes. He could have finished the dogfight, driven Croaker off, then doubled back. He did not. He dropped the sleigh even lower, then snapped it sideways into a narrow alley of air between buildings, using the sleigh's bulk like a battering ram against the Ministry's formation. Two oars cursed and swerved away, shields flaring. Harry spotted the building he needed. It was not grand. It was not magical looking. Just old brick, 3 stories, with a tired sign by the door and a courtyard that had a dead tree in it. An orphanage. Muggle. But the magic inside it flickered like a candle that refused to go out. Harry pulled the sleigh straight up hard, just enough to clear the roof, and then he slammed the reins down. Hold! He ordered. The Thestrals beat their wings once and stopped in place like they had hit invisible ground. The sleigh hovered, shuddering, the shields humming. Bullets of spellfire streaked up toward them immediately. Harry raised the Elder Wand and whispered one word. The air around the orphanage roof went still. Not silent, still. The spells froze mid-flight, hanging in the air like ugly Christmas ornaments. Kreacher sucked in a breath. Master! Harry's face was pale in the torchlight of the shield glow, eyes hard. Keep the sleigh steady. And you? Daphne demanded, suddenly alarmed. Harry did not answer her directly. If I do not come back in 60 seconds, break the link and run the emergency route. Daphne went quiet for a beat. Then, very softly, very dangerously, Harry. He looked down at the roof beneath them. I'll be back, he said and stepped off the sleigh. He did not fall. The air held him. Harry dropped onto the roof silently, boots hitting snow. The city noise below was distant, muffled by the time freeze. The night felt unreal like a picture. He walked to the small skylight window and peered in. A child was awake. Not a toddler. Not a baby. Maybe 7, maybe 8. Small. Wrapped in a thin blanket. sitting up in bed with messy hair sticking up like they had been pulling at it. Their eyes were wide, not sleepy, and Harry felt the flicker of accidental magic around them like a heartbeat. The child looked straight at the skylight, straight at him. Harry froze. For a second, he wondered if his void tricks had failed. Then the child lifted a hand, slow, like they were afraid to scare him off. Harry swallowed, throat tight, and opened the skylight with a gentle charm. He slipped inside without touching the frame, landing lightly on the floor. The room smelled like old wood and laundry soap. The radiator clicked softly. A tiny paper snowflake decoration was taped to the wall, crooked. The child stared at him. Harry was not in red and white. He was in dark leather, black cloak, basilisk-plated gauntlets. The elder wand in his hand looked like a bone. He knew what he looked like. He kept his voice soft anyway. "Hey!" The child's voice was a whisper. "Are you Santa?" Harry blinked once. "That depends." The child's brows pulled together. "You're not happy looking." Harry let out a quiet breath that might have been a laugh if it had more warmth in it. "Yeah, I get that." The child hugged the blanket tighter. "Are you here to take me? Like the bad ones?" Harry's stomach twisted. He crouched slowly, bringing himself down to the child's eye level without stepping closer than necessary. He kept the elder wand lowered, not pointed, not threatening. "No," Harry said, simple, direct. "I'm not here to take you." The child's eyes flicked to the wand. "Is that a gun?" Harry's mouth twitched despite himself. "It's worse, honestly." The child made a tiny squeak noise, and Harry immediately softened. "Sorry. Bad joke." The child stared at him for a second longer, then blurted, "Do you know magic?" Harry hesitated. Then he nodded. "Yeah." The child's shoulders shook slightly. "I do too, I think. Sometimes stuff happens and the grown-ups get mad. They say I'm weird." Harry's chest hurt in a way he did not like. "You're not weird. You're just magic. And they're scared because they do not understand it." The child swallowed. "I asked for it to stop. The nightmares. And the shouting downstairs. And I asked for someone to come." Harry looked at the paper snowflake on the wall. Looked at the thin blanket. Looked at the small hands gripping it too tight. He reached into the sack. The bag opened quietly, like it respected the room. Harry pulled out a wooden stag. It was small enough to fit in the child's hands. Carved smooth, antlers polished. The wood warm like it had been sitting by a fire. It hummed faintly with a charm that did not feel heavy or dark. Felt steady, protective, like someone had put a hand on your shoulder and meant it. Harry held it out. The child stared at it like it was not real. "For me," Harry nodded. "For you." The child took it carefully, like it might vanish if they moved too fast. The moment their fingers closed around it, the charm flared gently. A soft glow spread across the room, barely visible, like moonlight on snow. The child's eyes filled with tears so fast it startled Harry. "I don't want to be bad," the child whispered, voice cracking. "I try. I really try." Harry's throat tightened. He looked away for half a second, then forced himself back. "Being scared doesn't make you bad," he said. "Being angry doesn't make you bad. You're here. You're still trying. That's what matters." The child sniffed hard. "You don't sound like Santa." Harry let out a slow breath. "Yeah, I'm not good at the whole cheerful thing." The child looked up at him, cheeks wet. "Are you a monster?" Harry's hands clenched slightly, then relaxed. He did not lie. "I can be," he said, "to people who hurt kids. To people who think they can use others like tools." The child hugged the wooden stag to their chest. "But not to me." Harry met their eyes. "Not to you." The child hesitated, then whispered, "Do you promise?" Harry's voice went quiet and absolute. "I promise." For a moment the room felt warmer. Harry stood slowly, careful not to loom. "This will help," he said, nodding to the stag. "When you sleep, it will keep the nightmares away. If anyone comes in here angry, it will make them stop. Not hurt them, just stop. Long enough for you to breathe." The child stared at the stag like it was the best thing they had ever seen. Harry took a step back toward the skylight. The child suddenly blurted, "What's your name?" Harry froze. Names mattered. Names were hooks. Names were ways people dragged you into their stories. But the child's face was so open, so simple, that Harry could not bring himself to shut it down completely. He swallowed. Harry, the child blinked. Just Harry. Harry nodded once. Just Harry, the child whispered, like it was sacred. Thank you, Harry. Harry's chest hurt again. He climbed back through the skylight, sealing it behind him with a gentle charm. The roof greeted him with cold wind and frozen time. Above him, the sleigh hovered like a dark star, the Thestral's frozen mid-wing beat. Spells hung in the air around it, bright and ugly, waiting. Daphne's voice hit his ear the second he stepped into range again. You're back. Harry's fingers tightened around the Elder Wand. Yeah, Creature's voice was strained. Master time. Harry looked once more at the orphanage roof beneath him, then turned. He snapped his wand upward and broke the time hold. The world screamed back into motion. Spells slammed into the sleigh's shield in a barrage, rattling the runners, making the Thestrals shriek. The Aurors surged closer again, and Croaker's broom cut through the chaos like he had been waiting for this exact moment. Harry grabbed the reins and hauled himself into the pilot seat. Creature was already working, hands glowing with runic light. They are closing in. I know, Harry said, voice flat. Croaker's amplified voice rang out again, furious now. You paused time over a populated area. Harry stared straight at him. And you tried to shoot down a sleigh over London. So maybe we both stop pretending we care about the same rules. Croaker's eyes were cold. Give me the Hallows. Harry smiled, and it was not kind. No. Croaker lifted his wand. Harry did not wait. He yanked the sleigh into a brutal climb, then rolled it, heavy, fast, using the bulk like a battering blade. The Thestrals moved with him like they were part of his spine. An Auror tried to match the roll and failed, spiraling out, barely avoiding a rooftop. Harry whipped the sack up again, and as a chain spell snapped toward the harness, he fed it into the bag like it was nothing. The sack shuddered, hungry, then settled. Creature shouted, Left flank! Harry twisted, firing a tight burst of silver light that cracked across an Auror's shield like a hammer. The rider yelped and dropped lower. Another curse hit the sleigh's rear, and the runner charm flickered. Harry felt the sleigh dip. Daphne's voice snapped, sharp with fear. Your right runner is dropping. Fix it or you will crash. Harry's jaw clenched. Creature is trying. The elf barked, sweat shining on his forehead. Harry's eyes flicked to the map charm again. More points. More deliveries. The night was not done. He could keep fighting Croaker until the sky broke. Or he could do what he always did. He could make the fight pointless. Harry made his choice. He raised the Elder Wand and spoke, clear, loud enough that even the wind carried it. Silent night. The spell hit the air like a weight. Sound did not vanish completely, but it got smothered, like someone had pressed a thick blanket over the world. The Aurors' shouted curses became muffled. The crack of spells became distant. Even the bells of the sleigh dropped into a deep, slow echo. In that muffled quiet, Harry shoved every ounce of power into the sleigh's core rune. The runner charms flared. The Thestral screamed, but the sound was swallowed, and the sleigh shot forward. Not just fast, wrong fast. The city blurred. The clouds tore. The sky stretched thin like fabric. The dragnet web in the distance lit up as they approached again, but Harry did not angle toward it this time. He aimed straight at the weakest seam. Croaker's eyes widened as he realized what Harry was doing. His mouth moved, shouting something Harry could not hear. Harry grinned anyway. He slammed the sleigh through the seam like a battering ram through a door. Chains snapped. Sparks exploded. The shield screamed. And then they were through. On the other side of the dragnet, the air felt cleaner, wider, like the sky had room again. Harry did not slow. He glanced back once. Croaker hovered on the far side of the broken net, broom shaking slightly, formation scattered behind him. For the first time all night, Croaker looked less like a comm planner and more like a man watching control slip out of his hands. Harry lifted 2 fingers in a lazy salute. Then he turned away and drove the sleigh deeper into the night, toward the next pulsing light on the map, toward the rest of the list. Creature sagged in his harness, breathing hard. Master, he rasped, voice rough. That was insane. Harry's voice was low, almost gentle again. Yeah, Daphne's voice came through the link, quieter than before. Did you deliver it? Harry looked down at the orphanage point on the map, now dimmer, steadier, like a heartbeat calming. Yeah, he said, and his grip on the reins stayed steady even though his hands were shaking. I did. For a moment, the bells of the sleigh rang again, softer this time, like they were keeping a secret, and Harry kept flying. The sleigh cut low over the Thames, fast enough that the shield skimmed fog and scattered it in a wide grey wake. London looked wrong from up here, too quiet in places, too loud in others, and full of little pockets of magic that had nothing to do with Hogwarts or Diagon Alley. Harry kept his eyes on the map charm glowing between his knees, watching the point's pulse. Creature hunched over the console, fingers flying across runes that kept flickering from Ministry interference. His ears were flat, which usually meant he wanted to insult someone and was saving it for a better moment. You are bleeding, Creature said without looking up. Harry glanced down at his right hand. The glove had a tear across the knuckles. Blood ran in a thin line down the leather. He had not even felt it happen, not properly, not with the runner shaking and spells hitting the shield. It's nothing, Harry said. Creature made a sound like he disagreed with the entire concept of nothing. The sleigh shuddered again as something hit the outer shield. Not a spell this time. A chain. Harry's shoulders tightened. They're still trying. They will keep trying, Creature snapped. Because the Ministry does not accept losing. Harry pulled the reins and angled the Thestrals higher, just enough to slip behind a band of cloud. The creatures responded instantly, wings beating hard, harnesses rattling. The sound of bells followed them, deep and ugly, but muffled by the storm air. Daphne's voice came through the link charm, sharp as ever. Stop hiding in clouds and tell me what you are doing. Harry exhaled through his nose. I'm working. You are improvising, Daphne corrected. Again, it's called adapting, Harry said. It's called taking risks you do not need to take, Daphne said, and he could picture her in the Citadel, standing stiff with her wand in hand, eyes cold, jaw tight. Your runner is damaged. Your shield is strained. Your navigator is one curse away from a heart attack. Creature hissed. Creature does not have a weak heart. Daphne's voice stayed level. I did not say weak. I said you are old and angry. Creature looked like he wanted to argue. Then he grimaced and pressed a palm to his chest like the conversation itself hurt him. Fine. Creature is old. Creature is also correct. Harry's mouth twitched. What do you want, Daphne? I want you to finish your deliveries and come home, Daphne said. And I want you to stop letting Croaker write the rules. Harry stared at the map charm again. 2 points pulsed close together, both in London, both urgent. One was the usual soft glow. The other was darker, heavier, like a bruise on the map. Harry's tone went flat. I have ground work. There was a pause on the line. You are not walking around London tonight, Daphne said slowly. Harry did not answer right away. Creature did it for him. Master is walking around London tonight. Daphne let out a controlled breath that sounded like she was counting to 10. Harry. Harry leaned forward, voice low. The dragnet is active. Brooms are watching the sky. If I keep the sleigh low, they will follow it. If I keep it high, they will still follow it. They will just do it with more people and bigger spells. I can finish faster on foot. You can die faster on foot, Daphne snapped. Harry's eyes flicked to the right hand again. The tear in his glove was bigger than he liked. His skin stung in the cold. He flexed his fingers and felt the ring on his hand, the old cracked stone biting against his finger through the glove. He did not say anything about it. Not yet. He pulled the sleigh into a slow spiral above a block of buildings that looked mostly abandoned. Old brick, narrow streets, a few weak streetlights. The kind of place where magic could breathe without every muggle noticing. As long as you were careful. Creature leaned closer. Master, the dark point is near. It is loud. Harry's jaw tightened. I know. Daphne's voice had gone quieter. Tell me you are not going to do something reckless, Harry said. Define reckless. Harry, he let out a short laugh, not warm. I will be careful. That is not a promise. Harry's voice softened just a fraction. I promised you I would come back. That still stands. Another pause. Then Daphne said, if I see your name on any ministry report, I will personally hunt down Croaker and make him regret being born. Harry's mouth twitched again. That's my girl. I am not your girl, Daphne said instantly. Kreacher muttered, yes, you are. Daphne ignored him. How long? Harry looked at the pulsing points. 10 minutes. That is a lie, Daphne said. Harry shrugged. It's an estimate. Fine, Daphne said, clipped. 10 minutes. Keep the link open. If it goes quiet, I will assume you have been hit and I will open the emergency gate. Harry's stomach tightened at that. The emergency gate was not clean. It was a hole in the world that ripped open with Old North magic. It left traces. It left scars. Harry said, do not. Daphne's voice went ice cold. Do not give me orders from the middle of a street fight. Harry did not argue. He turned his attention back to the sleigh. Kreacher, he said. Kreacher is ready, the elf replied. Harry pulled the sleigh into a hover behind a bank of cloud, shield humming. The Thestrals beat their wings in small steady movements, holding position. Their breath steamed. Their eyes rolled, restless, hungry for motion. Harry reached into the side compartment and pulled out the cloak. The old invisibility cloak was not just cloth anymore. It had runes woven into the hem, North magic stitched into the seams, and it felt heavier than it used to. Not physically. In the way it sat in the air, like it belonged to something older than him. He threw it around his shoulders and felt the world bend. The cold hit his cheeks harder, like the cloak had blocked some of the shield warmth too. He did not care. Kreacher adjusted the harness straps, then looked up at him. Master! Harry glanced back. Keep the sleigh moving. Circle. Do not stay still. If they lock onto you, run. Kreacher looked offended. Kreacher is not running. You are, Harry said. Because Daphne will skin you if you get this stolen. Kreacher's ears twitched. That is true. Harry stepped onto the runner and looked down at the rooftops below. The drop was nothing to him anymore. His body still reacted, heart tightening, but his magic caught him like a hand. He jumped. Wind tore at him. The city rushed up. Then the air held him, slowed him, and he landed on a flat rooftop in a crouch, boots scraping frost. He looked up once, tracking the sleigh as it drifted away behind cloud. Bells muted. Kreacher stayed at the console. The Thestrals turned in a slow circle and then vanished into gray. Harry's breath steamed in front of his face. He pressed 2 fingers to the link charm in his ear. I'm down, he said. Daphne exhaled hard. I hate this. Harry started moving, fast and quiet. You love it. I will hex you when you get back, Daphne said. Harry's mouth twitched. Put it on the schedule. He dropped off the roof into an alley, landing light. Damp brick, old rubbish bins, the smell of diesel and wet stone. Somewhere nearby, a siren wailed. The map charm was smaller now, a disc tucked in his palm. The first point was close. A nice one. Soft glow. Harry adjusted the cloak and moved. He did not waste time with long routes. He cut through shadows, hopped fences, and used short bursts of magic to smooth the hard parts. Not showy spells. Small ones. A hinge eased without sound. A lock opened like it had never been locked. He ended up behind a block of flats, the kind with chipped paint and thin curtains. The nice point pulsed from the 3rd floor. Harry stood still for a second, listening. Inside he heard a kettle click. A television playing quietly. A child coughing, rough and tired. Harry's jaw tightened. He climbed the fire escape, boots barely making a sound, and eased the window open with 2 fingers. Inside the flat it was cramped. Old sofa. A small tree in the corner with cheap tinsel. The smell was soup and laundry soap and something medicinal. A woman stood at the counter, shoulders hunched, hair tied back. She looked exhausted. Not dramatic exhausted. The kind that sits deep in your bones and makes you forget what day it is. A man sat at a small table, his hands rough, his face drawn, his eyes fixed on a pill bottle. He was not crying. He looked like he did not have room for it. In the small bedroom off the living space, a child lay under too many blankets, cheeks flushed, eyes open but unfocused. Harry did not move closer to the adults. He did not want to scare them. He moved toward the child's room, silent under the cloak, and leaned over the bed. The child's eyes flicked toward him. Not seeing him, not properly, but sensing something. Accidental magic buzzed faintly around the kid like static. Harry opened the sack with a thought. Inside, gifts were arranged in a way that made sense to the list. Not to him, to the magic. He reached in and pulled out a small plush bear. It was not fancy. It was simple, stitched with care. Brown fur, a small green scarf around its neck. Its button eyes looked worn like someone had already loved it for years. The bear carried a charm. Not loud, not violent, protective. Harry placed it gently beside the child's pillow. The bear warmed under his touch. The charm flared once, soft and steady. The child's breathing eased almost instantly. The tight cough loosened. The kid's shoulders stopped trembling. The eyes blinked slowly, then closed. Harry held still, watching for a few seconds, making sure. In the next room, the woman rubbed her face and muttered something about the doctor and money. The man's voice was low and rough, trying to be calm, trying and failing. Harry's fingers tightened around the map disc. He hated that he could not fix everything. He could change a night. He could change a path. He could not rewrite the world. He stepped back, pulled the cloak tighter, and whispered into the link. First one done. Daphne's voice came back immediately. Tense. Nice. Harry's mouth twitched. It was a teddy bear. I meant it is done, Daphne snapped. Then her tone softened slightly, against her will. Thank you. Harry paused, one hand on the window frame. It's the job. It is not just the job, Daphne said. Harry did not respond. He slipped out of the window, closed it carefully, and dropped back to the fire escape. The nice point on the map dimmed. Steady now. Like a heartbeat settled. The second point pulsed harder. Harry looked at it and felt his stomach go colder. The dark point was not a child. Not a tired parent. Not someone barely holding on. This was the kind of point that made the list feel like a weapon. Harry moved. He crossed a few blocks fast, cloak shifting with him. The streets got cleaner. The buildings got taller. The cars got nicer. The air smelled less like wet rubbish and more like money. The dark point pulsed from a townhouse tucked behind a gate. Private. Quiet. Too quiet. Harry paused in the shadow of a tree and listened. Inside the townhouse there was laughter. Not happy laughter. The smug kind. A man's voice, loud and pleased with itself, telling a story. A woman laughing along. Too high, too eager. Glass clinking. Harry's eyes narrowed. He did not go through the front. He went through the garden wall, stepping over it like it was nothing, then moved along the side of the house. A back door was warded. Not strong wards, just lazy ones. The kind people used because they thought no one could touch them. Harry slid the elder wand along the doorframe, and the wards folded like paper. He stepped inside. The kitchen was spotless. Too spotless. The smell was expensive wine and roasted meat. Voices came from the sitting room. Harry moved down the hall, silent, and stopped at the edge of the door. A man lounged in an armchair with his feet up on a polished table. He wore wizard robes that tried to look casual but still cost more than most people's houses. His face was round, cheeks flushed with drink, eyes bright with arrogance. A woman sat on the sofa, leaning into him. She was younger than him by enough that it was obvious. Her laugh was still going, but her eyes kept darting around the room like she was checking for exits. On the floor near the fireplace, a house elf knelt with a tray, shaking slightly. His ears were torn. His hands were scarred. The man's voice carried. I told him, you do not speak to me like that. I am not one of those little ministry rats. I have connections. I have money. I have power. So I took his wand and snapped it. Right in front of him. The woman laughed again. Sharper this time, like she needed to. The house elf flinched. Harry's jaw tightened. The dark point on the map pulsed harder like it agreed with his anger. He stepped forward. The cloak still hit him, but he wanted the moment to land. He wanted the air to shift so they felt it. Harry let his magic breathe. Just a little. The fire in the fireplace dipped, then flared, throwing shadows hard across the room. The temperature dropped enough that the woman's laugh died in her throat. The man sat up, eyes narrowing. "Who's there?" Harry pulled the cloak back. He did not do it dramatically. He just let them see him. The woman gasped and grabbed the man's arm. The man's mouth twisted. "Who the hell are you?" Harry's voice was calm. "You know who I am." The man stared. Then he barked a laugh. "Oh, come on. That is ridiculous." Harry's gaze flicked to the house elf on the floor. The elf stared up at him with wide, terrified eyes. Harry kept his tone flat. "What is your elf's name?" The man frowned like the question annoyed him. "Why would I know that?" Harry's eyes hardened. "Answer." The man's face flushed. "It does not matter. It is property." The elf flinched again. Harry took one step closer. His boots made no sound on the rug, but the man still jerked like he heard thunder. The woman whispered, "That's him. That's Harry Potter." The man's eyes sharpened. "You're not a Dark Lord," he said, trying to sound confident. "You're not even a minister. You cannot just walk into my house." Harry nodded once like he agreed with the logic. "I can." The man's hand went for his wand. Harry's wand was already raised. The elder wand did not move fast. It did not need to. It was already in control. The man froze. Not full body freeze. Not a time stop. Just his arm locked in place, muscles refusing to obey. He snarled, struggling. "What are you doing?" Harry tilted his head slightly. "I'm giving you your gift." The woman's eyes darted to the door like she wanted to run. Harry did not stop her. He did not care about her choices tonight. He cared about what was on the list. The man forced a laugh again. "A gift? You have lost your mind." Harry reached into the sack. He pulled out a mirror. It was not the mirror of Erist. Not exactly. It was smaller, framed in dark wood with runes carved into it. The glass looked normal until you stared too long. Then it started to shift like it did not want to stay flat. Harry set it on the table. The man stared at it. "What is this? Some trick?" Harry's voice stayed calm. "Look," the man scoffed, but his eyes flicked to the mirror anyway. He could not help it. That was the point. At first he saw himself. Then the glass changed. His face in the mirror did not look smug. It looked scared. Not fear of being caught. Fear of being small. Fear of being powerless. The man's breath hitched. "Stop that." Harry did not move. The mirror shifted again. Now the man saw the house elf. Not kneeling. Standing. Tall in the glass. Taller than any elf should look. Eyes full of pain and rage. The elf's hands were clean. The scars were gone. The torn ears were whole. The man swallowed. "That's not real." The mirror answered him without words. It showed the elf's memories like they were his. A hand striking. A wand snapping. A laugh. Command. A curse for dropping a plate. The elf sobbing. The man jerked back like he had been slapped. His face drained. "No." The woman made a small sound, terrified, and backed away from the sofa. The mirror shifted again. Now it was not the elf. It was people outside this room. People the man had crushed with money and threats. A shopkeeper with empty shelves. A clerk with bruises on his throat. A young wizard sitting in an alley holding a snapped wand. Shaking. The man's eyes went wide. "I did not kill anyone." Harry's voice was quiet. "You did not have to. You still broke them." The man's breathing went uneven. He tried to look away from the mirror, but his eyes kept snapping back like the glass had a hook in him. Then the mirror shifted again, and now it showed a version of him older, alone, dying in a cold bed with no one around. Not poetic, just reality. His hands were thin. His mouth was open like he wanted to call out, but no one came. The man made a sound that was not laughter anymore. It was a broken gasp. His eyes filled fast. He tried to blink it away, tried to harden his face, but the tears spilled anyway. He whispered, "Make it stop." Harry watched him. Not with pity. Not with joy. With something hard and tired. "You will remember," Harry said. The man's voice cracked. "I cannot." You can, Harry said. You just never bothered. The man started to sob, ugly and real, hands shaking. The woman stared at him like she had never seen him human before. The house elf on the floor stared too, breathing fast, eyes wide like it did not know what to do with this. Harry crouched beside the elf. He did not touch it yet. He waited until the elf's shaking slowed enough that it could choose. What is your name? Harry asked again, softer. The elf swallowed. Tibby, it whispered. Harry nodded. Tibby, you are not staying here. The man tried to lift his head. You cannot take my elf. Harry's gaze cut to him, cold enough that the man flinched through tears. Watch me. Harry turned back to Tibby. Do you want to leave? Tibby's hands clenched. His voice shook. Tibby will be punished. Harry's tone was flat. Not by him. Tibby stared at him like the words did not fit in its world. Harry reached into his cloak and pulled out a simple silver band. No fancy, no property mark. Just a ring with a rune on it, carved by North magic. He held it out. This is a binding, not slavery. Contract. You come with me. You will be fed. You will be safe. You can leave if you want to later when you are ready. Tibby's eyes filled with tears too, silent ones. It reached out with shaking fingers and touched the ring like it was scared it would burn. Harry waited. Tibby took it. The rune flared once, soft. A gentle warmth spread through the room, like the air itself unclenched. The man on the chair sobbed harder, his face twisted, staring at the mirror like it was still showing him things. Harry stood. He looked at the woman. Leave, he said. She did not argue. She stumbled toward the door and ran. Harry turned back to the man. Your gift is not pain, he said. It is perspective. You will wake up tomorrow and you will still be you, but you will not be able to forget what you saw. The man's voice was raw. I will go mad. Harry's eyes stayed hard. Then maybe you should have thought of that before you treated living beings like rubbish. The mirror's runes dimmed, then steadied. The man slumped, shaking, tears dripping onto his robes. Harry did not kill him. He did not curse him into ash. He did not cut out his tongue. He left him with himself. Harry pulled the cloak back over his shoulders. Tibby stayed close, small footsteps quick and quiet, clutching the silver band like it was the only real thing in the world. Harry spoke into the link charm. Second one done. Daphne's voice came sharp. What did you do? Harry's voice stayed calm. Mirror. There was a pause. Then Daphne said, Good. Creature's voice cut in from the sleigh link. Strained. Master, broom movement is increasing. They are searching streets now. Harry's eyes narrowed. He had expected that. He had not expected how fast it was happening. He stepped out of the townhouse through the back and into the cold night. The street outside was quiet, but the air felt watched. Harry's skin prickled. He moved fast, cloak hiding him, Tibby under the cloak too, pressed close to his side. The elf trembled, but kept moving. Harry turned down a narrow street, then another, cutting away from the main roads. The map charm pulsed again, not a delivery point this time. A warning flicker. Harry stopped for half a second and listened. Footsteps. Not Muggle footsteps. Too light, too controlled. Magic in the air, sharp as metal. Harry's jaw tightened. He whispered, Tibby, go. The elf flinched. Go where? Harry's voice stayed firm. To Creature. Think of Creature. The sleigh. Go. Tibby's eyes widened. Then it nodded fast and grabbed the silver band with both hands. With a crack, the elf vanished. Harry felt the air shift the moment Tibby left. Like the street noticed, he pressed 2 fingers to the link. Creature, you have an elf incoming. Catch it. Do not scare it. Creature's voice came back instantly. Creature scares no one. Daphne cut in sharp. That is a lie. Harry's mouth twitched once. Then his expression went hard again. I have company. He moved. He cut down an alley and kept the cloak tight. The alley was damp, lined with brick and old trash. The smell was old food and wet paper. At the far end, a figure stepped into view. Not a Muggle. Black robes, face hidden by a hood, wand already raised. Harry stopped. The figure spoke, voice muffled by a charm. Potter. Harry did not answer. Another figure stepped out behind the first. Then another, blocking the alley exit. Hit squad. Harry's pulse kicked up. His breath stayed steady. He lifted the Elder Wand, not pointing it yet. You are in the wrong place. One of them laughed quietly. We are exactly where we need to be. Harry's eyes narrowed. Croaker sent you. The middle one tilted their head. You should not say names out loud. Harry's mouth twitched. You should not be here at all. The first one flicked their wand. A chain spell snapped toward Harry's hand, silver and fast. Harry moved instantly. He did not block it with a shield. He stepped sideways and let the chain hit the brick wall, where it bit into stone and stuck, rattling like something alive. Harry's counter was simple. He transfigured the chain, not into flowers, not into something cute. He turned it into a dozen iron nails that shot outward like bullets. The unspeakables jerked, shields flaring. Nails hit shields with sharp cracks, bouncing off, but the force still pushed them back a step. Harry moved forward into the space he created. Fast, cloak snapping around him. A curse hit his shoulder, hot and stinging. The cloak smoked for a second where it touched. Harry's teeth clenched. He threw a hard-cutting spell that slammed into the alley wall beside the nearest unspeakable and ripped a chunk of brick free. The chunk flew like a fist and hit the unspeakable's shield, making it flicker. The unspeakable stumbled. Harry did not give them room. He stepped in, grabbed the unspeakable's wand arm, and twisted. There was a sharp crack. The unspeakable screamed. Harry shoved them into the wall and took their wand, snapping it with a tight motion that felt too familiar. The other unspeakables surged, wands raised. Harry raised the Elder Wand and spoke one word, cold and precise. Drop. Two of the unspeakables lost their wands instantly, hands jerking open like their muscles stopped listening. The wands clattered to the wet ground. The third one fought it, teeth bared under the hood, magic pushing back. Harry felt the resistance like a shove against his chest. Good. Someone trained. Harry's eyes hardened. He flicked his wand again, and the street lamp at the alley entrance bent, metal groaning, then tore free at the base like it was made of clay. It swung inward like a battering ram. The trained unspeakable threw up a shield. The lamp hit it with a heavy boom and drove the unspeakable backward, boots scraping. Harry moved fast, closing distance. A curse hit his right hand. Pain lanced through him. His glove smoked. The ring under it went hot. Harry's breath hitched, just once. The unspeakables saw it. Their head tilted, like they were watching for something. Like they were not only fighting, like they were measuring. Harry's stomach tightened. He shoved the pain down and swung the Elder Wand in a tight arc, sending a blast of force that slammed the unspeakable into the wall hard enough to crack brick. The unspeakable dropped, groaning. Harry stepped in and pointed the Elder Wand at the hood. Who are you? Harry said. The unspeakable laughed. Hoarse. No one. That is the point. Harry's eyes flicked to the alley mouth. More movement. More robes. More wands. This was not three. This was a sweep team. The three in front had been bait. Harry's pulse spiked. Daphne's voice snapped through the link. Harry, get out. Now. Harry's jaw clenched. Working on it. He flicked his wand and transfigured the wet rubbish in the alley into a thick wall of ice, jagged and opaque, cutting sight lines. Then he threw a heavy spell into the ground that cracked the pavement and sent a burst of steam upward, dense and white. He moved through the cover, cloak tight, body low, breathing hard. A spell grazed his ribs. Heat and pain. He stumbled, caught himself, kept going. His heart hammered. Sweat broke out under the cold. He tasted iron in his mouth. He reached the end of the alley and snapped his wand upward. A doorway appeared in the air, black rimmed with frost. A north gate. Not the main portal. A small one. A jump gate, risky but fast. He stepped through. The world snapped. Cold hit him like a punch. Not London cold. North cold. Clean and sharp. Full of magic. Harry stumbled out into a narrow service corridor inside the Citadel, knees flexing hard to keep him upright. The gate behind him vanished instantly. Harry leaned against the wall for half a second, breathing hard. His ribs hurt. His shoulder stung. His right hand throbbed. Then he noticed the itch. Not pain. Not injury. A pull. Like someone had tied a thin string to his hand and was tugging. Harry looked down at his glove. The tear was worse now. The leather was burned around his knuckles. Under it, the ring sat heavy. The resurrection stone set into it like a dead eye. His stomach dropped. Daphne appeared at the corridor corner, moving fast, wand up, hair messy like she had been running. She stopped when she saw his face. "What?" she said. Harry's voice was low. "They tagged it." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Tagged what?" Harry lifted his right hand. The ring flared, just once, faint. A pulse of magic that did not belong to him. Daphne's face went still. Creature appeared with a crack behind her, dragging Tibby by the wrist. Tibby looked terrified but unharmed. Creature's eyes locked on Harry's hand. "Master," Harry swallowed. "They are tracking the ring." Daphne's grip on her wand tightened. "How?" Harry flexed his fingers and hissed through his teeth. "They hit my hand in the alley. I thought it was just pain. It was a hook." Creature's voice went harsh. "That means the next gate you open will be followed." Harry's chest tightened. Daphne stepped closer, eyes sharp. "Take it off." Harry looked at her. The ring was not just jewelry. It was not just a relic. It was part of his magic now. Part of how he held the list together, how he held the dead at bay, how he pulled the North magic into shape. He could take it off, but it would cost him. Not emotionally, practically. Daphne's voice went colder. "Harry, take it off." Harry's jaw tightened. "If I take it off, the stone is loose. If the stone is loose, they can take it. Better that than leading them here," Daphne snapped. Harry's breath came fast. He looked at Tibby, small and shaking behind Creature. Looked at Daphne's face, hard but scared underneath. Looked at Creature, angry and ready to die on principle. He made the decision in a blink. He pulled the glove off. His hand was red and burned. The ring sat tight. He gritted his teeth and yanked it free. Pain hit hard, sharp enough that his vision blurred for a second. He held the ring up. The tracking pulse flared again, like it was excited. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Now what? Harry looked at the ring, then at the corridor behind him. He could hide it. He could throw it into the void. He could lock it in a chest and drown the room in wards. But the hook was already live. They already knew it existed. They would keep looking until they found it. Harry's mouth went tight. He held the ring out to Daphne. Her eyes widened. "No." Harry's voice was flat. "Put it on." Daphne stared at him like he had lost it. "Absolutely not." Harry stepped closer. "If they are tracking it, let them track it. Let them think it is still on me. You can move it. You can lead them where you want, not where they want." Daphne's jaw clenched. "You are asking me to bait unspeakables into my home." Harry's gaze did not move. "You are already the lady of this place. You said you are not a damsel. This is what that means." Daphne's eyes flashed. "Do not throw my words at me." Harry's voice softened, just a fraction. "Daphne, if they reach the main gates while I am out, they will hit the workshop when you are not ready. If you hold this, you choose the battlefield." Daphne stared at him. Her breathing was steady, but her hand shook slightly when she reached out. She snatched the ring from him. Her fingers closed around it, and the cold magic bit into her skin. She swallowed. "If this hurts me, I will curse you." Harry's mouth twitched. "Noted." Daphne held the ring like it was a live grenade. "Where do you want me to take it?" Harry looked past her, toward the deeper corridors of the Citadel, toward the outer tunnels, toward the old ice caverns beneath the workshop that only a few people knew existed. He said, "Down." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "That place." Harry nodded. "They will think they are close. They will come in hard. And you will be waiting." Creature's lips peeled back. "Creature will be waiting too." Tibby made a small frightened sound. Harry glanced at the elf. "Tibby stays with the workshop team. Creature, you teach Tibby how to not panic." Creature looked offended. "Creature does not teach." Harry raised a brow. Creature sighed like the world was unfair. "Creature will teach." Daphne looked at Harry, eyes sharp. "And you?" Harry pulled his glove back on, flexing his burned hand. His fingers shook slightly. He hated that they shook. "I still have deliveries," he said. Daphne's expression went furious. Are you joking? Harry's voice stayed calm. The list is not finished. Daphne stared at him, then stepped in close, so close he could feel her breath. Her voice dropped low. You are bleeding. You are tired. You are still going back out. Harry did not flinch. Yes. Daphne's eyes searched his face like she was looking for the line where he would break. She found nothing she liked. Then she grabbed his collar and kissed him. Hard, quick, angry, real. Harry's breath caught. His hand lifted, almost by instinct, and gripped her waist. He pulled her in for half a second. Then she shoved him back and stepped away like she had not done it. Her face was composed again, but her eyes were bright. Come back, she said, voice tight. Harry nodded once. I will. Daphne held the ring up, the tracking pulse faint but there. If you do not, I will wear this forever just to spite you. Harry's mouth twitched. That sounds awful. It is, Daphne said, and turned on her heel. Creature grabbed Tibby and snapped them both away with a crack. Harry stood alone in the corridor for a second, breathing hard, listening to the Citadel hum. Then he pressed 2 fingers to the link again. Creature. Creature's voice came back from somewhere deeper. Yes, master. Bring the sleigh down to the low hangar, Harry said. I am going back out. You and Tibby stay. I fly alone. There was a pause. Then Creature said, Creature hates this plan. Harry said, so do I. He closed his eyes for half a second, then opened them. The map charm in his pocket pulsed again. More points. More lives. Harry turned and moved toward the hangar, fast, shoulders tight, already feeling the weight of what he had just set in motion. Somewhere above the Citadel, the night sky shifted, and far away, in a ministry room full of cold lights and quiet men, a tracker rune would be pulsing steady now, leading them closer than they had ever been. Not to Harry, to the heart of the North. The alarm in the Citadel did not ring like a bell. It breathed. A low, deep pulse rolled through the ice corridors under the workshop, like the whole fortress had taken a sharp inhale and was holding it. Frost peeled off the ceiling in thin sheets. Lantern flames shrank, then steadied, as if even fire had decided to stay quiet. Daphne stood at the mouth of the lower tunnel, wand up, coat buttoned wrong because she had dressed too fast. Her hair was half pinned, half loose. She looked calm anyway, because she always looked calm, but her fingers were white around her wand. Creature hovered beside her, shoulders hunched, eyes bright with anger. Behind him, 2 house elves waited with stacks of wrapped parcels and a crate of silver blades meant for carving toy wood, not people. The new elf stayed further back, pressed against the wall. It kept touching the silver band on its finger like it was checking it was still there. Daphne glanced over her shoulder. Where? Creature lifted his chin, listening. Not through the main gate. They are clever enough to avoid the obvious. The walls hummed again. Somewhere deeper, a ward shivered. Daphne's jaw tightened. They are using the ring. Creature's lips curled. Yes, Daphne did not look at her own hand, but she could feel the ring under her glove like a heartbeat that did not match her own. The resurrection stone sat cold and heavy. The tracking hook inside it pulled at the air, steady and patient, like a needle pointing north. They will anchor on it, Daphne said. They will think it leads to him. It leads to you, Creature muttered. Daphne's eyes flashed. I am aware. Another pulse moved through the corridors. This one felt closer. The lantern flames dipped again. The new elf flinched and made a small sound. Daphne turned her head slightly. Breathe. The elf swallowed. Yes, ma'am. Creature made a disgusted noise. Stop calling her ma'am. She is the lady. The elf blinked fast. Yes, lady. Daphne cut her eyes at Creature. Not now. Creature shut his mouth, which meant he was furious. Daphne touched the link charm in her ear. Harry. Wind and bells answered her first. Then his voice came through rougher than earlier. Here, do not open any gates, Daphne said. Not even small ones. He let out a breath that sounded like he wanted to argue. I know. You do not know, she snapped. You have a talent for doing the exact thing I ask you not to do. There was a short pause. Fair. Daphne stared down the tunnel again. They are coming in. They are anchoring on the ring. I am in the lower caverns. You should not be that close, Harry said immediately. Daphne's mouth tightened. You are not allowed to tell me what is safe while you are flying through ministry chains with half a rib missing. I do not have half a rib missing, he said. I heard you breathing earlier, Daphne said. Do not lie to me. Another ward shivered. Closer now, and this time Daphne saw it. A thin white line in the air flickered like a crack in glass. Creature shifted forward, wand raised. There. Daphne's voice went low. Harry, how far are you? A beat. I am finishing the last stretch. 5 minutes. That is still a lie, Daphne said. His voice went quieter. It is the closest lie I have. Daphne swallowed. The air tasted like iron and cold. If the link drops, do not come back through a gate. Fly. I will, he said, and it sounded like a promise this time. Daphne did not thank him. She did not say she was scared. She just said, stay alive, because it was the only thing that mattered. Then the crack in the air widened, and the corridor filled with a smell like burnt paper and old dust. An entrance. Not a door, not a gate like Harry's. This was Department of Mysteries magic, quiet and sharp and wrong in a place that ran on older rules. The crack opened wider, just enough for a wand to slide through. A hand followed. A voice spoke from the other side, muffled but confident. Greengrass. Daphne went still. Creature hissed. They know. Daphne's eyes narrowed. She spoke clearly, voice cold and steady. You are early. A low laugh came through the crack. So are you. The crack widened again and 2 figures stepped out, then 3, then more. Black robes, hoods up, masks that were not decorative. Practical. Unspeakables did not dress for theater. They dressed for erasing evidence. The lead wizard lifted his wand and swept it slowly, scanning the tunnel. His mask was plain, but his posture screamed control. Daphne took 1 step forward, forcing the distance to be her choice, not theirs. You tracked a relic you do not understand into a fortress you cannot control. The lead wizard's wand tilted toward her hand. You are wearing it. Daphne did not flinch. Yes. Creature raised his wand. Take 1 more step and Creature will remove your kneecaps. The unspeakable did not react. He just said, how self-threats. How charming. Daphne's eyes went colder. You are in the wrong story. The unspeakable's head tilted slightly, like he was listening to something deeper than the words. Then he spoke again, voice smooth. Where is he? Daphne smiled, and it did not reach her eyes. Busy. The unspeakable flicked his wand. The tunnel wards flared. A ripple of force hit Daphne's shield, hard enough that her teeth clicked. Her boots slid half an inch on ice. Creature snarled and fired back. A hex, fast and ugly, aimed at the unspeakable's wand hand. The unspeakable's shield caught it. Sparks sprayed. The air cracked. Then the tunnel exploded into motion. Daphne lifted her wand and activated the first layer of the Krampus protocol. The lantern flames died. Not out. Just gone. Swallowed by sudden darkness that felt thick and alive. The unspeakables hesitated for half a breath. Their masks did not show expression, but their bodies did. Shoulders tightening. Stance shifting. Wands angling wider. Something moved in the dark. A sound like a slow inhale. Then the reformed Dementors came. They did not glide like the ones at Azkaban. They moved with purpose now, like hounds given a scent. Their cloaks were darker than the tunnel, their presence cold enough to sting skin through layers. But their hunger was different. Not random. Focused. They slammed into the first line of unspeakables and tore at their shields like wolves at cloth. One unspeakable stumbled, swearing under his breath, wand shaking as his shield buckled. Daphne used the gap. She fired a binding curse low, catching an ankle. The unspeakable hit the ice hard. Before he could roll, 2 elves popped in behind him, grabbed his wand, and vanished again. Gorilla. Harry's way. Ugly, practical, effective. Creature barked something in old house language, and the tunnel walls answered. Ice spikes grew from the floor, not stabbing, just rising fast to split the group. The unspeakable scattered, forced to break formation. Daphne moved to the left side of the corridor, keeping the ring hand tucked close to her body. The lead unspeakable tracked her anyway. His wand kept pointing toward her like a compass. He stepped forward, calm despite the chaos, and spoke in a tone that was almost conversational. You trained well. Daphne's mouth tightened. I did not train for you. He flicked his wand again. A pulse of magic went out, and the darkness rippled. For half a second, the reformed Dementors faltered. Daphne felt it like a tug on her spine. The protocol was tied to Harry's magic. The Dementors had been changed by him. The unspeakable was trying to pull them back into what they used to be. Kreacher saw it too. His eyes went wide with fury. No! He threw a counterspell, raw and loud. The air snapped. The Dementors surged again. Hunger refocused. Daphne's voice cut sharp. Do not waste your power. Keep them split. Kreacher glared at her. Kreacher will do what Kreacher wants. Daphne's lip curled. Then want something useful. Behind her, the new elf made a small sound and popped forward without thinking. Tried to grab an unspeakable wand, missed and got shoved hard. The elf hit the wall and slid down, shaking. Daphne's stomach turned. She did not have time for panic. She had time for choices. She flicked her wand. The ice floor under the unspeakable's boots turned slicker, then tilted like it had become a shallow ramp. The unspeakable lost balance for a blink. Kreacher took that blink and slammed a curse into his shoulder. The unspeakable hit the wall hard enough to crack ice. Daphne moved back toward the fallen elf. Fast. She crouched, grabbed the elf by the wrist. Stay behind me. The elf nodded hard, eyes wide. Yes, lady. The lead unspeakable watched all of it. Then he sighed, like Daphne was disappointing him. I did not want to do this the hard way, he said. Daphne's mouth twitched. Then you should have stayed home. The unspeakable lifted his wand and spoke a word that made the tunnel ward scream. The air split again, not just once. 3 new cracks opened along the corridor, like someone had torn the world with knives. More unspeakables stepped through, faster now, less careful, and Daphne's stomach dropped. They were not sending a squad. They were sending an invasion. Kreacher's voice went harsh. Too many. Daphne's eyes flashed. We do not need to beat all of them. We need to hold. The lead unspeakable's wand angled toward her again. Where is he? Daphne's voice went flat. Still busy. Liar, he said casually, like it was an observation, not an insult. He flicked his wand, and a thin chain of light snapped toward Daphne's hand. The ring. Daphne reacted instantly, twisting her body, throwing up a shield. The chain hit the shield and skittered off like a hooked fish. It struck the wall behind her and bit into ice, trembling, trying to pull. The unspeakable smiled under his mask. There it is. Daphne's heart kicked hard. She could feel the chain trying to latch onto the ring through the ward layers, like it wanted to drag it out of her skin. Kreacher lunged forward and cut the chain with a sharp spell. Light snapped and fizzled out. Daphne's breath came fast. He is not here, she said, voice tight. You will not get him. You will not get this place. The unspeakable's tone stayed calm. We will. Then he said, silent. Daphne felt the spell before she saw it. A pressure dropped over the corridor like a thick blanket. Sound died. Not muffled. Gone. Her breath made no noise. The ice cracks made no noise. Even magic sparks went silent. Silent night. It was not Harry's spell. It was theirs. Daphne's eyes widened. The lead unspeakable moved in the silence like he owned it. Stepping forward, wand aimed at her ring hand. His people moved with him, coordinated, and Daphne realized the truth in a cold rush. They had planned for this place. They had studied it. They were not reacting. They were executing. Daphne forced her body to move. Her breath came hard, but she could not hear it. She fired a curse at the lead unspeakable. The spell moved wrong in the silence. Slower, like the air was thick syrup. The unspeakable sidestepped it easily. He reached for her. Daphne's pulse spiked. She backed up, boots sliding on ice, and her shoulder hit the tunnel wall. The ring hand throbbed, not with pain but with pull. The tracking hook inside it screamed toward the unspeakable spell like a magnet. Daphne's eyes darted to Kreacher. He was moving too, but his spells were slow, his curses crawling through silent air. The Dementors were shaking, confused without sound. Their hunger momentarily stalled. The Unspeakable's gloved fingers brushed Daphne's wrist. Daphne's stomach dropped. Then the silence cracked. Not shattered, not ended, just cracked, like someone had slammed a fist into glass. Sound rushed back in a harsh wave. Screams, ice snapping, magic exploding, and above all, a deep bell tone that did not belong in any ministry spell. The Citadel answered. Harry's wards. Old ones. The ones he had carved into obsidian walls with the Elder Wand. The ones that listened for threats and remembered the feel of his magic. The Krampus protocol flared into its second layer. The corridor floor lit up with runes, red and black, and the air turned colder, sharp enough to make teeth ache. The lead Unspeakable jerked back, finally surprised. Daphne shoved off the wall and slammed her wand into the ice. A spike of black ice rose between them, not just a barrier, but a living thing, twisting into the shape of antlers and claws. Krampus, not a creature, a spell construct, a defense built out of fear and winter. It swung an arm made of frozen shadow and hit the lead Unspeakable's shield hard enough to send him skidding. Daphne felt her muscles burn. Sweat broke out under her coat despite the cold. Her heart hammered. Creature moved to her side, breathing hard. Master's wards woke up. Daphne's voice came clipped. Good. The new elf was still behind her, shaking, but upright. That mattered. Daphne lifted her wand and shouted. Fall back to the workshop threshold. Do not let them pass the third marker. Creature snapped his fingers and barked orders in house language. Elves popped in and out like sparks, yanking wands, dragging injured comrades, dropping smoke bombs made of powdered frost. The Unspeakables pushed anyway. They adapted fast. Shields up. Formation shifting. Two of them threw the Silent Night spell again, but weaker this time, like they were struggling against the Citadel runes. Daphne did not wait. She lunged forward, wand slicing through air, and hit one of the Silent Night casters with a curse that snapped his wand arm numb. He dropped his wand. An elf grabbed it and vanished. The second caster tried to pivot, but a Dementor slammed into his shield and fed on his fear. The caster's breath hitched. His shield flickered. Creature took that moment and struck him in the throat with a blunt hex. The caster crumpled, gasping. Daphne's hand shook around her wand. She forced it steady. She forced herself to keep moving. The lead Unspeakable recovered, stepping back into range. His mask turned toward her. You are wasting effort. Daphne's eyes narrowed. I am buying time. For him, he said. For everyone. Daphne shot back. The Unspeakable's head tilted again. You believe he is saving people. Daphne's mouth went tight. He is. The Unspeakable laughed softly. He is building a kingdom. Daphne's stomach tightened. She fired a curse. The Unspeakable blocked it like it was routine. Then his voice changed just slightly, less smooth, more satisfied. He thinks he is in control, the Unspeakable said, and Daphne hated how certain he sounded. He thinks the relics obey him. He thinks the dead do not notice. Daphne felt cold crawl down her spine. Who are you? The Unspeakable did not answer. He just stepped back and lifted his wand. The air split again, wider, and this time the crack opened into the workshop itself. The heart of the Citadel. The place where elves built toys and charms, where the sack was fed, where the whole operation breathed. Daphne's eyes widened. No, the Unspeakable surged through the new opening, bypassing the tunnel defense line completely, and Daphne's stomach turned to ice. They had found a way around the protocol. They were already inside. Creature swore, loud and ugly. They cheated. Daphne's voice went sharp. Move, she ran. Not a graceful run. A desperate one. Boots slamming on ice. Breath tearing in her throat. Her coat flapping open. Creature kept pace beside her with surprising speed for an old elf. Teeth bared. Wand ready. Behind them, the Dementors followed, their cold rolling through the corridor like a storm front. They burst into the workshop chamber and Daphne's lungs tightened. The room was chaos. Wooden work tables were flipped. Wrapping paper burned in sharp green flame from a stray curse. A toy dragon lay cracked in half, its enchantment sputtering like a dying heartbeat. Elves popped in and out of sight, screaming, dragging each other away, throwing small curses that would not kill but would hurt. Unspeakables moved through the room like a black tide, cutting down resistance, aiming for the central forge where Harry's runes were carved into obsidian. And in the middle of it, a tall wizard stood without a mask, robes clean, posture relaxed, like he had walked into a meeting instead of a war. He turned his head when Daphne entered, and his eyes locked on her instantly. He smiled. "Daphne Greengrass," he said, voice warm, polite, and deeply wrong. Daphne went still. Creature snarled. Croaker. So it was true. Not a faceless lead. Not a nameless squad leader. The head unspeakable. Croaker's smile widened slightly. "Ah, the elf confirms it. I had hoped the stories were exaggerated." Daphne's wand stayed trained on him. "You used the ring." Croaker's gaze flicked to her hand. "You made it easy." "You are in my home," Daphne said, and her voice shook just a little now, because this was not a tunnel fight anymore. This was the heart. Croaker's tone stayed mild. "This is not your home. This is an illegal facility built on stolen magic, operating outside ministry oversight, distributing cursed objects to civilians worldwide." Daphne's mouth twisted. "You do not care about civilians." Croaker's eyes stayed bright. "I care about order." Daphne took a slow breath. The air smelled like burnt pine and cold iron. "You attacked on Christmas Eve." Croaker smiled again. "It is efficient." Behind him, an unspeakable slammed an elf into a table. The elf cried out, then vanished with a crack, leaving only a smear of blood on wood. Daphne's stomach lurched. Her grip tightened on her wand. "You are hurting them," she said, voice flat. Croaker shrugged, almost apologetic. "Collateral." Creature's eyes went wild. "Creature will tear out your spine." Croaker glanced at Creature, still smiling. "You are adorable." Creature lunged. Daphne did not stop him. Creature's curse hit Croaker's shield and bounced off like it had struck a wall made of stone. Croaker did not even move. He flicked his wand once, lazy, and Creature slammed sideways into a workbench hard enough that the bench cracked. Creature groaned, struggling to get up. Daphne's pulse spiked. Croaker was not just a politician with a wand. He was dangerous. Croaker's gaze returned to Daphne. "You are not his weakness," he said, and his tone was conversational, almost curious. "You are his anchor." Daphne's jaw clenched. "Stop talking." Croaker's smile did not fade. "He thinks he is wearing a mantle. Santa, protector, judge. A myth dressed in deathly hallows." Daphne fired a curse. Croaker's shield absorbed it. The air flared. He still did not move. He sighed, as if she was being rude at a dinner party. "I do not want to kill you." Daphne's eyes went colder. "How generous." Croaker's wand tilted toward her ring hand. "Give me the stone." Daphne laughed once. Sounded sharp and ugly. "No." Croaker's smile finally thinned. "Then I take it." He flicked his wand. Fast now. A binding curse snapped toward Daphne's wrist. Daphne twisted, threw up a shield, and the force of it shoved her backward. She hit the edge of a work table, pain shooting up her spine. Her breath hitched. Croaker stepped forward, calm, and the unspeakables around him shifted, tightening the circle, closing off escape routes. Daphne's heart hammered. Sweat ran down her ribs under the coat. Her wand hand shook. She forced her voice steady. "You did not come here for oversight." Croaker's eyes gleamed. "I came here because he is a threat." "To your ego," Daphne snapped. "To the world," Croaker corrected, and his politeness dropped just enough for the truth to show. "A master of death with a distribution network. A fortress outside law. A myth that people will obey more than they obey the ministry." Daphne's jaw tightened. "You are scared of him." Croaker's smile came back, faint and cruel. "I am excited by him." The words hit like a slap. Daphne's stomach clenched. "What?" Croaker's tone stayed smooth. "You think this is about stopping him. It is about controlling him, understanding him, replicating him." Daphne's blood went cold. "You want the mantle." Croaker's eyes glittered. "I want a golden age." There it was, not said like a slur, said like a promise. Croaker's voice went softer, almost intimate, like he was sharing a secret. A world where magic is not hidden, where wizards do not pretend to be less than they are. A world with rules, yes, strict ones, and people who understand their place. Daphne's mouth twisted. Pure blood supremacy dressed up as policy. Croaker did not deny it. He just smiled. An elf screamed behind Daphne. She did not turn. She could not afford to. Daphne's voice went sharp. You will not get it. Croaker lifted his wand again. You are stalling. Daphne's pulse jumped. She touched the link charm, not taking her eyes off him. Harry, Wind answered, weaker now, like he was pushing hard. I felt it. How far? Daphne said. A beat. Too far. Daphne's stomach dropped. Croaker heard the change in her tone. He smiled wider. Ah, then he spoke a single word, loud enough to cut through every other sound in the workshop. Burn. A curse hit the central forge, green and white, and the obsidian rune block cracked. A roar of flame went up, not normal fire, but something that ate magic as it burned. The air turned thick. The workshop screamed. Elves scattered, popping away, some too slow. Daphne's breath caught. No. Croaker watched the fire like it was a beautiful painting. He will come now. Daphne's rage snapped into something clean and vicious. She lifted her wand and activated the third layer of the Krampus protocol. The workshop runes flared red. Every present in the room, every half-built toy, every ornament, every spare nail, every shard of glass on the floor, lifted into the air. Croaker's eyes widened just a fraction. Daphne's voice went cold. Get out of my workshop. Then she slammed her wand downward, and the room became a storm. Wood and metal and magic shot toward the unspeakables like 1,000 thrown knives. Shields flared. Sparks exploded. Screams filled the air as a few shields buckled and people went down hard. Daphne moved with the storm, stepping sideways, keeping distance, firing curses between the flying debris. She did not aim to kill. She aimed to cripple, disarm, slow. Creature dragged himself up and joined in, eyes wild, throwing sharp spells that cut wands in half and froze boots to the floor. The Dementors surged into the workshop, their cold swallowing flame edges, their hunger tearing at the unspeakable sphere. The unspeakables tried to hold formation, but the room was too tight now, too chaotic. They stumbled, they shouted, they pushed into each other. Croaker raised his wand and spoke a phrase that made the air vibrate. The storm slowed for half a second, like he was trying to seize control of Daphne's constructs. Daphne felt the pull like a hook in her spine. She gritted her teeth and shoved back. Her voice shook with effort. You do not get to rewrite my magic. Croaker's smile returned, strained now. Impressive. Then he flicked his wand and the Silent Night spell dropped again, stronger, and this time it spread wider, swallowing the entire workshop. Sound vanished. The storm hung in the air, frozen. Daphne's breath came in silence. Her heart hammered without sound. The Dementors froze mid-glide like shadow statues. Croaker moved through the stillness like it belonged to him. He walked toward Daphne slowly, wand angled toward her ring hand. Daphne tried to move. Her muscles obeyed, but the world resisted. The Silent Night spell was not just silence. It was time pressure slowing everything that was not keyed to it. Croaker's hand reached out. Daphne's mind raced. She could not outduel him in this. She could not brute force it. So she did what Harry always did. She cheated. She shoved the ring off her finger. Pain bit her skin, sharp, because the ring had clung to her like it wanted to stay. But it came free. She let it drop, fell in slow motion, glittering once in frozen air. Croaker's gaze snapped to it instantly, greedy, and that was the only opening she needed. Daphne forced her wand arm to move, inch by inch, through thick time, and fired a spell at the floor under the ring. The ice there turned to air. The ring dropped through the hole, vanishing into the lower cavern void. Croaker's eyes widened. For the first time, his calm broke. He lunged. Daphne snarled, shoved herself forward, and slammed her wand into his shield. Even slowed, the impact made the air crack. Croaker stumbled a step. The Silent Night spell trembled. Then it shattered. Sound slammed back into the workshop in a violent rush. The suspended debris storm resumed, smashing into shields, slamming into bodies. The Dementors surged again, cold rolling over flame. Croaker spun, wand raised, fury sharp now. You idiot! Daphne's voice was raw. I can live with that. Croaker's wand flashed, and a curse hit Daphne square in the chest. Her shield took the worst of it, but the force still hurled her backward. She slammed into a table and hit the floor hard. Pain shot up her ribs. She gagged, trying to breathe. Creature screamed something and threw himself between Daphne and Croaker. Croaker's wand snapped, and Creature froze mid-step, locked. Croaker's eyes stayed on Daphne. You should have kept it. Now you have nothing to bargain with. Daphne pushed herself up on one elbow, vision swimming. Her mouth tasted like copper. You are wrong, she rasped. Croaker smiled, cold now. Am I? Then the workshop ceiling boomed. Not a spell boom. A sonic crack like air itself had split. Everyone froze for half a breath. Then the sleigh punched through the storm outside like a black missile, smashing into the outer wall of the workshop with a blast of ice and stone. Thestrals screamed. Bells roared. And Harry Potter stepped out of the smoke with the Elder Wand in his hand and death in his eyes. He did not walk in calm. He stormed in. His coat was ripped. His hair was wind-wrecked. His face was pale. His right hand was wrapped tight in a bandage that had already soaked through. His breathing was harsh, chest rising too fast, like his ribs did not want to cooperate. He took one look at the burning forge. One look at the elves bleeding on the floor. One look at Daphne half sprawled beside a broken table. Then his gaze locked on Croaker. The room went colder. Croaker straightened, and for the first time he looked pleased in a real way. There you are. Harry's voice came out low and rough. You touched my home. Croaker's smile widened. Home. That is what you call it. Harry moved forward. Slow, deliberate. The air around him shifted, thick with power. The Dementors pulled back instinctively, as if they did not want to be between him and his target. Daphne's chest tightened. She tried to push up further. Harry, he did not look away from Croaker. Are you hurt? Daphne swallowed. Not dead. Harry's jaw clenched. Good. Croaker's wand stayed raised. You see what you have built. An army of elves. Reformed monsters. A fortress beyond law. Harry's eyes stayed flat. You came to steal it. I came to correct it, Croaker said, and his voice was bright now, confident again. You are not a ruler, Potter. You are a weapon that thinks it is a hero. Harry let out a short laugh with no humor. You broke into my workshop on Christmas Eve, and you are calling me a weapon. Croaker's eyes glittered. You distribute judgment to the world. Harry stepped closer. His boots crunched on ice and broken wood. He did not bother with a shield. He did not bother with flourish. His power sat around him like a storm waiting to hit. I give people what they need, Harry said. Croaker's smile turned sharp. You give them what you decide they need. Harry's eyes narrowed. And what do you give them? Croaker's voice went soft. Order. Daphne's stomach twisted. She had heard this kind of man before. Polite, certain, dangerous because he believed his own lies. Harry's voice stayed low. You do not want order. You want obedience. Croaker shrugged. Same thing if you are smart. Harry's grip tightened on the Elder Wand. His bandaged hand shook slightly, and he shoved it still. You used Silent Night, Harry said. You tracked the stone. You brought unspeakables into a place that does not belong to you. Croaker's smile widened. Yes. Harry's eyes went darker. Then you are going to learn what the mantle actually is. Croaker's eyes flashed. Show me. Harry moved. The duel did not start with words. It started with Harry flicking the Elder Wand and ripping the burning forge fire away from the elves. The flame tore off the obsidian like a living thing being yanked by the throat. It flew into the air in a twisting column, then slammed into the far wall and froze into black glass. The workshop air cleared enough to breathe. Daphne's chest eased a fraction. Croaker's eyes widened, impressed despite himself. Control. Harry did not answer. He fired a curse. Croaker blocked it instantly, shield up, stance perfect. Harry fired again. Faster. Croaker blocked again. Harry kept firing, not wild, Not sloppy, just relentless. Each spell cracked like a whip. Croaker's shield flared, held, flared again. Then Harry changed tactics. He slammed the Elder Wand into the floor. The workshop floor turned to ice that moved like water. A wave surged toward Croaker, trying to swallow his boots and lock him in place. Croaker jumped back, boots skidding, and threw a counterspell. The wave split. Harry stepped into the split and hit Croaker with a blunt force curse that slammed into his chest. Croaker's shield took it, but the impact still shoved him back into a work table. The table shattered. Croaker's breath hitched. His smile thinned. Daphne watched Harry's shoulders. His breathing was rough. He was hurt. He was burning through power anyway. Croaker raised his wand and fired a curse that sliced toward Harry's throat. Harry tilted his head and the curse hit air. He had shifted, not apparat, not moved like normal. It was like the space around him had decided to be different. Master of Death. Croaker's eyes narrowed. So you can bend it. Harry's voice came out harsh. You do not get to study me. Croaker fired again. A chain of spells, fast, disciplined. Harry blocked some, absorbed others, and one hit his shoulder hard enough that he stumbled. Daphne's stomach dropped. Harry caught himself, teeth clenched, sweat on his brow. His voice went quieter, dangerous. That was your best. Croaker's eyes flashed. Do not be arrogant. Harry laughed again, bitter. Arrogant is breaking into someone's house and assuming you can take their heart. Croaker's smile snapped back. You are not a house. You are a problem. He lifted his wand. Silent Night. The spell dropped again, sharper, stronger, aimed right at Harry. But Harry's eyes were already narrowed, like he had been waiting for it. He spoke one word, quiet and cold. No. The air trembled. The Silent Night spell hit Harry's magic and stopped like it had struck an invisible wall. Then it snapped back. Not reflected. Twisted. The silence dome turned inside out and slammed down over Croaker and the unspeakables behind him instead. Sound vanished around them. Croaker's eyes widened. Harry moved in the normal sound world, stepping forward while Croaker's side of the room drowned in silence and slowed time pressure. Harry's voice carried clear. You wanted Silent Night. Keep it. Croaker tried to move, but his body resisted. His wand arm raised too slowly. Harry walked up to the edge of the silence boundary and stared at Croaker through it like Croaker was behind glass. Daphne's heart hammered. This was Harry unleashed, not throwing bigger spells, but rewriting the rules so his enemy could not keep up. Harry's eyes were flat, exhausted, furious. You hurt them. Croaker's lips moved inside the silence. Daphne could not hear him, but she could read the shape of the words. Order. Harry's jaw clenched. He stepped through the silence boundary. The moment he entered, the time pressure tried to grip him too, but it did not. The Deathly Hallows did not obey ministry rules. Harry moved at full speed inside the silent dome, and Croaker's eyes went wide with something close to fear for the first time. Harry grabbed Croaker's wand wrist and twisted. Hard. Croaker's wand clattered to the floor in slow motion. Harry shoved Croaker back and pinned him against the rune block that had cracked earlier. The obsidian was warm from fire. Croaker's maskless face was tight with rage now. Harry's voice was low, almost gentle, which made it worse. You are going to stop. Croaker spat. Silent. Harry pulled back out of the dome in one smooth motion, and the silence boundary shattered behind him like glass breaking. Sound rushed back. Croaker gasped like he had been underwater. Harry lifted the Elder Wand and pointed it at Croaker's chest. The unspeakables behind Croaker shifted, wands raised, ready to fire, but the Dementors surged forward, cold and hungry, blocking them, their cloaks snapping like flags in storm wind. Creature stood at Daphne's side again, panting, eyes wild. He whispered, Master is angry. Daphne's throat went tight. Yes. Croaker lifted his empty hands slightly, posture still controlled, voice still smooth. So you will kill me? Harry stared at him. No. Croaker blinked, genuinely surprised. No. Harry's eyes stayed cold. You want a lesson. You want control. You want to tell the world what it should be. Croaker's jaw tightened. I want it to stop being weak. Harry's voice went sharp. You are the weakness. Croaker's eyes flashed with fury. You are a child playing God. Harry stepped closer. His breath hitched. His ribs clearly hurt. He did not care. I have been a child, Harry said, and his voice went raw for the first time. I have been a soldier. I have been a weapon. I have been a symbol. I am done being what other people decide. Croaker's smile turned thin. And now you decide for everyone. Harry's jaw clenched. Then he shook his head once. No, I give them a choice. A push. A warning. A protection. Croaker laughed. Bitter. You sound like a tyrant who thinks he is kind. Harry's eyes narrowed, and Daphne could see it. The moment his anger shifted into something colder, more controlled. He lifted the Elder Wand again. You said you wanted order. Croaker's eyes gleamed. Yes. Harry's voice went quiet. Then you can have a life with rules you cannot bribe. Croaker's smile faltered. What? Harry pointed the Elder Wand at Croaker's forehead and spoke a phrase in a language Daphne did not recognize. Something old and sharp that made the air taste like winter. Croaker's eyes widened. No, the spell hit. Croaker screamed. Not a clean scream. A real one. Ragged. Panicked. Like his body had just realized it could be hurt. Daphne's breath caught. Light flared around Croaker, pale and cold, and his magic ripped out of him like smoke being pulled by a vacuum. Daphne felt it in her bones. A wizard's core being severed was not pretty. It was not noble. It was brutal. Croaker collapsed to his knees, gasping, hands clawing at his chest like he was trying to pull something back that was already gone. The unspeakables behind him shouted, wands lifting. Harry's voice snapped. Stop! The word hit like a hammer. Their wands jerked downward. Forced. Harry stepped closer, breathing hard, sweat on his brow. He looked down at Croaker like Croaker was something small now. Croaker's voice was hoarse. You cannot. Harry's expression did not change. I just did. Croaker's eyes were wide, and for the first time the confidence was gone. He looked like a man who had never believed consequences applied to him. Harry crouched slightly, meeting Croaker's gaze. You will live. Croaker swallowed. You will be hunted. Harry's mouth twitched. Not a smile. I already am. Croaker's hands shook. You will regret this. Harry's voice was flat. No. Croaker's breathing hitched. What are you going to do with me? Harry stood. His shoulders were tight, and Daphne could see the exhaustion finally catching up. His posture did not sag, but his eyes looked heavier. I am giving you a gift, Harry said. Croaker stared up at him, confused. Harry's voice stayed cold. Perspective. He turned his head slightly and spoke to Creature without looking away from Croaker. Bring me a portkey. The ugly one. Creature's grin was vicious. Yes, master. He snapped his fingers and vanished. Daphne pushed herself up further, ribs screaming. Harry's gaze flicked to her finally. He crossed the room in 3 steps and crouched beside her. His voice softened, just a fraction. Can you stand? Daphne swallowed. Yes. Harry's eyes narrowed. Lie. Daphne's mouth twitched. Shut up. Harry's hand hovered near her shoulder like he wanted to touch her, but was not sure if he should. Then he did it anyway, careful, supporting her as she shifted upright. Pain flared through Daphne's ribs. She hissed and gripped his sleeve. Harry's jaw clenched. Where? Right side, Daphne said through her teeth. Harry nodded once, eyes tight. After. Daphne stared at him. His face was streaked with soot and frost. His bandage was soaked. His breathing was still rough. You came back, she said, and her voice shook more than she wanted. Harry's eyes held hers for half a second. I said I would. Creature popped back in, holding a small cracked ornament shaped like a snowman. The portkey. Creature's grin looked feral. Ready. Harry turned back toward Croaker, who was still on his knees, shaking. Croaker looked up, eyes wild. You cannot send me to Azkaban. I will die there. Harry's voice was flat. You are not going to Azkaban. Croaker's breathing hitched. Then where? Harry stepped closer. He held the ornament out like it was nothing. A council estate flat in London. No wand. No magic. No title. No one who cares who you used to be. Croaker stared, horrified. You cannot. Harry's eyes went cold. Watch me. Croaker tried to scramble back, but he moved like a man whose legs had forgotten how to obey. He clawed at the floor, panicking. Daphne watched him and felt something hard settle in her chest. Not pity. Not satisfaction. Something quieter. Final. Croaker looked up at Harry, voice cracking. You are cruel. Harry's expression did not change. I am fair. Croaker's eyes flashed with rage. You are a monster. Harry's mouth twitched. Tired. That is rich. He grabbed Croaker by the collar and hauled him up like Croaker weighed nothing. Croaker gagged, hands weakly pushing at Harry's wrist. Harry shoved the ornament into Croaker's hand. Take your gift. Croaker's fingers jerked. Then the portkey activated. With a harsh yank, Croaker vanished. The moment he was gone, the workshop felt like it exhaled. The unspeakables hesitated, leaderless for half a breath. Harry lifted the Elder Wand again. His voice went sharp. Leave. Some tried to resist. One lifted his wand with shaking anger. A Dementor slammed into him, cold and hungry, feeding on the fear and rage, and the unspeakable's eyes rolled back as he collapsed. The rest backed away, faster now, retreating toward the cracks they had opened. Creature snarled and threw a final curse that froze one retreating unspeakable's boots to the floor. Two elves popped in, grabbed the trapped wizard's wand, and vanished again. The remaining unspeakables chose survival. They stepped through their cracks and disappeared, one by one, until the workshop was full of smoke, broken wood, and the harsh sound of elves crying. Harry stood in the middle of it, chest heaving, wand still raised. Then his shoulders sagged slightly. Not a collapse, just the first sign he was human again. Daphne watched him and felt her throat tighten. The Dementors drifted back toward the shadows, settling, their hunger easing now that the threat was gone. The Krampus construct melted into black frost and sank into the floor like it had never existed. Creature looked around, breathing hard, ears flat. Master, Harry's voice was rough. Get them help. Creature nodded once. Sharp. Yes. Harry turned toward Daphne again. He crossed the room slowly this time, like his body was finally letting him feel the damage. Daphne tried to stand on her own. Her ribs protested instantly. She swore under her breath. Harry was there before she could pretend she did not need him. He slipped an arm around her waist and held her up carefully. Daphne's breath hitched. I hate you. Harry let out a short laugh. Noted. Daphne glared at him. You are bleeding on my coat. Harry looked down like he had just noticed. Sorry. Daphne's eyes narrowed. That is the worst apology I have ever heard. Harry's mouth twitched. I am not at my best. Daphne stared up at him. His eyes were tired. His face was tight with pain he was refusing to admit. His hand shook slightly where it held her. You stripped his magic, Daphne said quietly. Harry's gaze went distant for a beat. Then he looked back at her. He would have killed us all eventually. Or worse. Daphne swallowed. And you sent him away like a parcel. Harry's mouth twitched again. Humorless. He wanted to regulate the mantle. Now he can regulate rent. Daphne should have laughed. She almost did. Came out as a shaky breath instead. Harry's eyes softened a fraction. You did good. Daphne scoffed. I dropped the ring down a hole. Harry's mouth twitched. That was clever. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You are not allowed to compliment me like I am a puppy. Harry leaned closer slightly, voice low. You are not a puppy. You are terrifying. Daphne's lips twitched despite herself. Good. Harry's gaze flicked to her mouth, then back to her eyes. Daphne felt her pulse jump. He looked like he wanted to say something, but he did not. He just stood there, holding her up, breathing hard, and the workshop around them crackled with aftermath. An elf cried out nearby. Another sobbed. Someone coughed. Harry's jaw clenched. He looked away. We still have work. Daphne's stomach dropped. You are not going back out. Harry's eyes flicked to her. The run. Daphne's voice went sharp. The run can burn. Harry's gaze hardened. No. Daphne's hands tightened on his sleeve. You already saved people tonight. You came back. You won. Harry's voice went flat. I have not finished. Daphne stared at him, furious, scared, exhausted. You are going to die for a list. Harry's eyes stayed steady. I am going to live for it. That is the difference. Daphne's throat tightened. Harry, he looked at her like he wanted to fold. Just for a second. Just to rest. Then he shook his head once. Stubborn. Daphne's anger snapped into something else. She leaned forward and kissed him. Not angry this time. Not a shove. A real kiss, brief but warm. Her hand gripping his coat like she was making sure he stayed in the world. Harry froze for half a second, then kissed her back, careful, like he was afraid of hurting her ribs, like he was afraid this would break if he moved wrong. They broke apart. Harry's forehead rested against hers for a beat. His voice was hoarse. I will come back. Daphne swallowed, eyes bright. If you do not, I will haunt you. Harry's mouth twitched. I believe you. Creature's voice cut in rough. Master, the sleigh is damaged. The Thestrals are angry. Also the new elf is crying. Daphne turned her head slightly. The new elf stood near a broken table, wiping its face with its sleeve, shaking. Daphne's chest tightened. Harry looked too. His expression softened. Tired. It did not sign up for war. Creature snorted. No one signs up for war. Harry's jaw clenched. He looked back at Daphne. Stay here. Lock everything down. Do not open anything, even if it sounds like me. Daphne glared. That is insulting. Harry's eyes stayed serious. Promise me. Daphne's throat tightened. She hated that he was right. She hated that Croaker had proven how far the Ministry would go. Fine, Daphne said, clipped. I promise. Harry nodded once. He stepped back carefully, letting Daphne lean against a stable workbench. She hissed in pain but stayed upright, stubborn. Harry turned toward Creature. Get the elves safe. Patch the sleigh. Fast. Creature's grin returned. Sharp. Yes, master. Harry moved toward the broken wall where the sleigh had punched through. Wind rushed in, brutal and cold. Bells rang outside, deep and ugly. Daphne watched him go, ribs aching, breath tight, and fear crawling back in now that the fight was done. Harry paused at the edge, half turning back. His eyes found Daphne again. He lifted 2 fingers in a small gesture. Not dramatic, just a quiet promise. Then he stepped into the storm and vanished into the night, bells fading as the sleigh rose. Daphne stood in the ruined workshop, listening to elves cry and Creature bark orders, and she forced herself to breathe through the pain, because the siege was over, but the war had just shown its face. Daphne woke up to Creature yelling. Not yelling at her, yelling at everyone else. Move, you idiots, he barked in house tongue, then snapped back into English like he could not be bothered to translate. Put the bandage on the lady's ribs, not her elbow. Do you have eyes? Daphne tried to sit up. Then her right side lit up with pain and she made a sound that was half breath, half curse. Creature appeared at her bedside like he had been waiting for it. His eyes were bloodshot. His ears were pinned back. He looked like he had not blinked since the siege ended. Do not, he said. Daphne swallowed. Her mouth tasted like copper and peppermint. Someone had put a warm cloth under her head. The air smelled like smoke that refused to leave, sweet wrapping paper ash, and a sharp clean potion scent that made her nose sting. I'm fine, she said, even though her voice came out thin. Creature sneered. Lies. Lady breathes like she swallowed a broom handle. Daphne stared at the ceiling, blinking slowly. There were cracks in the ice beams now, patched with dark resin that looked like obsidian melted and smeared. She could hear elves moving in the workshop beyond the curtain. Quick footsteps, whispered orders, the occasional soft sob. She forced her eyes to focus. Where is he? Creature did not answer right away. That alone made Daphne's stomach drop. Creature, she said, sharper. Creature's jaw clenched. Master is still on the run. Daphne's fingers went cold. It's morning. Yes, Creature said, as if she was slow. Master did not stop because Ministry tried to burn his home. Daphne pushed herself up again. Slow this time, teeth clenched. Pain spread across her ribs like a bruise waking up. She pressed a hand to her right side and sucked in a careful breath. A small elf, the new one, hurried closer with a potion vial, shaking so badly the liquid trembled inside the glass. Lady, please drink. Daphne took it. Her fingers brushed the elf's, and the elf flinched like it expected her to slap it. Daphne did not. She drank. The potion was hot, like cinnamon and iron, and it hit her throat and settled in her stomach like a stone that kept her upright. The pain did not vanish, but it blurred enough that she could breathe without wanting to scream. She handed the vial back. "Thank you." The elf blinked hard. "Yes, lady. Thank you, lady." Creature made a disgruntled noise, but he did not correct it this time. Daphne swung her legs off the cot carefully. The blanket slid down and she saw the bandage wrapped around her ribs, tight and neat. Someone had cleaned the blood off her coat and laid it folded on a chair like it mattered. She stood, swayed, then steadied. "Show me the workshop." Creature's eyes narrowed. "No." Daphne's gaze snapped to him. That was not a suggestion. Creature opened his mouth like he was about to argue, then stopped, nostrils flaring. His eyes flicked past her, toward the curtain. Daphne turned. Harry was there. He stood in the doorway like he had been carved out of the storm outside. His coat was ripped and stiff with dried blood. His hair was a mess, still damp from snow. His face looked pale under the soot smears, and his eyes were hollow in that way that meant he had pushed too far and was pretending he had not. The Elder Wand was still in his hand. His bandage had been replaced, but it was already pink again at the edges. He looked at Daphne and his shoulders dropped a fraction, like he had been holding himself tight until he saw she was upright. "You're up," he said. Daphne stared at him. Her throat went tight. "You're late." Harry's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Traffic." Daphne stepped toward him. Her ribs protested. She ignored it. Harry moved first. He crossed the space in 3 steps and caught her by the waist like he had done earlier, careful with her right side. His hands were cold through her shirt, like he had not warmed up since he left. Daphne's fingers curled in his coat. "How bad?" Harry's eyes flicked down, then back up. "Not bad." Daphne narrowed her eyes. "I heard you breathe." Harry shut his mouth for a second. Then he exhaled, slow. 2 cracked ribs. Maybe 3. "It's fine." "It's not fine," Daphne snapped. Harry's gaze held hers. His voice went quieter. "I finished the list." Daphne's stomach twisted. Half pride, half fury. "You finished it after they attacked." Harry's jaw clenched. "Yes." Daphne stared at him like she wanted to hex him and kiss him at the same time. "You are insane." Harry's mouth twitched again. "Probably." Creature cleared his throat loudly, offended by the softness in the air. "Master, the elves are waiting." Harry did not look away from Daphne. "Give us a minute." Creature looked like he wanted to combust. "Master, this is not a romance novel." Daphne's eyes flashed. Creature muttered something filthy in house tongue and vanished. The new elf hovered near the cot, unsure. Daphne lifted a hand, palm out. "Go help the others. Now." The elf nodded fast and popped away. Silence settled, broken only by the distant sound of hammers and the low hum of wards repairing themselves. Harry's thumb brushed Daphne's side, just above the bandage, gentle. "Does it hurt?" Daphne's lips pressed together. "Yes." Harry's eyes softened. "I'm sorry." Daphne's gaze sharpened. "For the ribs or for leaving?" Harry's mouth tightened. "Both." Daphne swallowed. Her voice came out clipped. "You promised you would come back." Harry nodded once. "I did." "You were still gone too long," Daphne said, and she hated how her voice wobbled on the last word. Harry's jaw clenched. He leaned in, forehead touching hers for a second. "I was scared you'd be dead." Daphne's throat tightened. "I wasn't." Harry's voice went rough. "I know that now." Daphne stared at him. She could see the tremor in his hands if she looked closely. Not fear, exhaustion, and something else, something quiet that had been building since the first time he put on the mantle. Responsibility that never stopped squeezing. Daphne's fingers tightened on his coat. "Are you done?" Harry blinked. "With the run?" "With the war," Daphne said. Harry's eyes went distant for a beat, then back to her. "No." Daphne's stomach sank, even though she had already known the answer. Harry's voice stayed low. "Croker is alive." "I know," Daphne said. Harry's jaw tightened. "His people aren't going to stop because he got humbled." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "And what about you? Are you going to keep escalating until you wake up one morning and the world is scared to breathe in case you hear it? Harry's gaze snapped sharp. I'm not doing this for fear. Daphne's voice went colder. You are doing it for control. Harry flinched like she had slapped him. Daphne pushed on because she could not afford to be gentle right now. You took his magic. You sent him away. You think that's justice? Harry's voice went tight. It is. Maybe, Daphne said. Or maybe it's you proving you can. Harry's eyes hardened. He was going to take it all, and you stopped him, Daphne said, and her tone softened just a fraction. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I need you to hear what you sound like. Harry stared at her, breathing hard, and for a second he looked younger. Not the myth, just Harry, the boy who always had too much on his shoulders and never got to put it down. I can't stop, he said quiet. Daphne held his gaze. Why? Harry's lips parted, then closed. He swallowed. Because if I stop, someone worse takes the space. Daphne's jaw clenched. That's not a reason. That's a trap. Harry's voice sharpened, defensive. Kids woke up today with food and heat and medicine in homes that didn't have any yesterday. Daphne stared at him. And corrupt men woke up with their lies written on their skin. Harry's eyes flicked away for a second. Then back. Yes, Daphne's voice went flat. So you're judge now. Harry's jaw tightened. I'm a line. A line moves. Daphne shot back. A line shifts. Harry's gaze locked on hers. Then keep me straight. The words hit Daphne like a punch she had not braced for. She blinked. Her voice came out quieter. That's not fair. Harry's mouth twisted. Nothing about this is fair. Daphne looked at him, really looked, and saw the way his shoulders were tight like he was holding himself together with stubbornness. She saw the dried blood at his collar. She saw the slight shake in his bandaged hand. She also saw the elder wand, still there, still ready, like he did not know how to set it down anymore. Daphne inhaled carefully through the pain. Show me the damage. Harry hesitated, then nodded once. He let go of her waist slowly, like he expected her to fall. Daphne did not. She steadied herself on the doorframe. Harry pulled the curtain back. The workshop looked like it had survived a storm and a knife fight at the same time. Half the work tables were cracked. A wall had been rebuilt with ice blocks fused by obsidian resin, still dark and wet in places. Wrapping paper scraps stuck to the floor like dead leaves. The forge area had been scraped clean, but the rune block still had a fracture line through it like a scar. Elves moved everywhere, fast, focused, exhausted. Two of them carried a small injured elf between them, whispering. Another patched the sleigh harness straps with charm-stitched leather. A pair of older elves argued over a broken toy soldier like it was a wounded friend. The Thestrals could be heard outside, restless, stamping and snorting, annoyed that the night had ended and the work was still going. Daphne stepped out and the cold hit her lungs. It burned sharp, but it also cleared her head. Creature reappeared near the forge, barking orders. He spotted Harry and Daphne and scowled. Master, lady, there is a problem. Harry's voice went flat. There is always a problem. Creature jabbed a finger toward a corner, where two elves stood guard over a bound wizard sitting on the floor. The captured unspeakable. His mask was gone. His face was pale, lips cracked, eyes darting around like he was trying to find the exit and realizing there was not one. Daphne felt her stomach twist. He's still here. Creature's eyes gleamed with something ugly. He keeps asking for the minister. Harry walked over, slow. His boots crunched on broken wood. The unspeakable looked up, fear flashing across his face before he tried to hide it. He swallowed. Potter. Harry stopped a few feet away. His voice was calm, which made it worse. You broke into my home. The unspeakable's throat bobbed. You're a criminal. Harry's eyes narrowed. You burned toys. The unspeakable flinched. They're objects. Daphne's voice cut in sharp. Say that again while you look at the elves you hurt. The unspeakable's eyes flicked to her, then away fast. This place is illegal. You are distributing cursed magic worldwide. Harry's jaw tightened. Gifts. The unspeakable laughed. Brittle. Gifts. You people actually believe that? Harry crouched slightly, bringing his face level with the man. Where is the stone? The unspeakable blinked, confused. What? Harry's eyes went flat. The resurrection stone. Where is it now? The unspeakable's fear sharpened. I don't know. Daphne's chest tightened. She glanced at Harry. Harry's gaze stayed on the unspeakable. Daphne dropped it. The unspeakable's eyes widened. Then his mouth twitched in something close to relief. Then it's gone. Harry's voice went low. No. He stood and turned toward Daphne. Stay here. Daphne's eyes narrowed. No. Harry's jaw clenched. Daphne. Daphne stepped closer. Her ribs protested and she ignored them. You have cracked ribs, and you think I'm letting you go down into the lower caverns alone to fish for a deathly hallow. Harry's eyes flicked down her bandage. You can barely breathe without flinching. Daphne's voice went cold. And you can barely breathe at all, so we're equal. Creature groaned like this was the worst day of his life. Master, lady, please stop flirting with death. Harry's mouth twitched. It's not flirting, Daphne said. It is. Harry stared at her, then exhaled. Fine. You don't come down. You stay at the threshold. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You're negotiating. Harry's gaze held hers. Yes, that alone told Daphne how serious it was. She nodded once. I stay at the threshold. Creature comes with you. Creature's eyes went wide. Creature does not want to go. Daphne glanced at him. Creature is going. Creature looked like he wanted to argue. Then he saw Daphne's face and shut up. Harry moved toward the tunnel entrance, wand still in his hand. Daphne followed until the ice corridor narrowed and the air turned sharper, older. The threshold rune line glowed faintly on the floor. Daphne stopped there, leaning a hand on the wall. Harry looked back at her. If you hear anything that sounds like me calling your name, you don't answer. Daphne's mouth twisted. I know. Harry's gaze lingered on her mouth for half a second. Then he leaned in and kissed her, quick and careful, like he was sealing a promise without words. Daphne's breath caught. When he pulled back, her eyes were sharp, but her voice came out soft. Bring it back. Harry's jaw clenched. I will. He turned and walked into the dark with Creature beside him, the light from the Elder Wand casting pale flashes on the ice. Daphne stood at the threshold, listening to their footsteps fade. Her ribs ached. Her hands were cold. Her mind kept trying to imagine everything that could go wrong. She forced herself to focus on the workshop sounds behind her. Hammers, elves talking, the sleigh harness creaking, life continuing. A minute passed, then two. Then the cold deepened, crawling into the tunnel like something alive. Daphne's breath steamed in the air. Her fingers tightened on the wall. Then she heard it, a whisper. Not Harry's voice, not Creature's. Something else, faint and wrong, like a memory dragged across ice. Daphne swallowed, heart hammering. The whisper shifted into a shape that almost sounded like her name. She did not answer. She did not move. She just stood there, eyes narrowed, wand up, waiting. A sharp bell tone rang from deeper in the cavern. Not a real bell, a magical one, like Harry's wards giving a signal. Then the cold snapped back, as if something had been shoved into a box and locked. Footsteps returned. Fast. Harry appeared first, breathing hard, face pale, jaw clenched. Creature followed, panting, holding something in his hands like it was venom. The ring. The resurrection stone ring was rimed with frost. The stone dull, like it had been asleep and hated being woken. Harry stopped at the threshold and stared at Daphne for a beat, eyes scanning her like he was checking she was still real. Daphne's throat tightened. You're back. Harry's voice was rough. Yeah. Creature shoved the ring toward Daphne like he wanted it gone. Horrible thing. It was calling. Daphne's fingers hovered. Then she took it with her glove, careful. The moment she held it, she felt it. A tug. Not toward Croaker. Not toward the ministry. Down. Deeper. Like the cavern under the citadel had a heartbeat and the stone recognized it. Daphne's skin prickled. What was down there? Harry's eyes were flat. Old magic. Daphne narrowed her eyes. That's not an answer. Harry exhaled, short. I saw footprints that weren't mine. In ice that hasn't been touched in years. Daphne's stomach twisted. Someone else was in the caverns. Harry nodded once. Or something. Creature's ears pinned back. The North remembers. Daphne's mouth tightened. Is it contained? Harry's gaze stayed steady. For now, Daphne did not like the way he said it. Harry turned back toward the workshop. We reinforced the lower wards. Today, Creature nodded fast, relieved to have a task. Yes, master. Harry walked back into the main chamber, and the elves visibly relaxed when they saw him. It was subtle, but Daphne noticed. Shoulders dropping, breath releasing. He was the storm, but he was also the roof. That scared Daphne more than it soothed her. Harry stopped near the forge, stared at the cracked rune block, then lifted the Elder Wand. He did not speak a fancy spell. He just said, "Fix." The word hit the air like a command that reality understood. The crack in the obsidian glowed, then sealed, not perfectly, but clean, like a scar that had been stitched by someone who knew it would always be there but refused to let it split open again. Daphne watched him do it and felt the weight of legacy settle harder. Elves murmured, mixed with relief. One older elf wiped its eyes with its sleeve and whispered, "Master came back." Harry's jaw tightened like he heard it but did not want to. He turned toward the bound Unspeakable again. The man stared at the repaired forge like he had just seen a dragon breathe. Harry walked up and stood over him. "You're going home." The Unspeakable blinked. "To the ministry." Harry's mouth twitched, humorless. "No." The Unspeakable swallowed. "You can't keep me here." Harry stared at him. "You were going to drag children's gifts into a lab and call it research." The Unspeakable flinched. "We have a duty." Harry's voice went flat. "Your duty is a word you hide behind." The Unspeakable's breathing hitched. "Croaker will come back." Harry's eyes narrowed. "No, he won't." The Unspeakable blinked hard. "You killed him." Daphne's stomach tightened. Harry shook his head once. "Worse. I let him live." The Unspeakable's throat bobbed. "He will still be dangerous." Harry's gaze went cold. "He will be hungry, powerless, and ignored. That's the point." The Unspeakable's eyes darted, panic creeping back in. "You're insane." Harry's voice stayed calm. "Maybe." He crouched slightly, close enough that the Unspeakable had to look at him. "You're going to deliver a message." The Unspeakable's lips parted. "What message?" Harry's eyes hardened. "Tell them the North is closed." The Unspeakable swallowed. "That's not how this works." Harry's mouth twitched. "It is now." He lifted the Elder Wand and tapped the man's forehead. The Unspeakable jerked, eyes wide, then went still, breathing fast. Daphne felt a shiver crawl over her skin. The stone ring in her hand pulsed once, cold. Harry's voice stayed low. "You will remember every elf you stepped over, every child you were willing to scare, every lie you told yourself to feel clean." The Unspeakable's eyes glassed. His breath shook. "Stop." Harry's gaze did not move. "And when you try to report this as a victory, your tongue will refuse to say it." The Unspeakable made a small broken sound. Harry stood, then nodded at Creature. "Send him." Creature grinned, sharp. "With pleasure." He snapped his fingers. The Unspeakable vanished. Daphne watched the space where he had been and felt her stomach churn. Harry turned toward her, and the hardness in his face eased slightly. "He won't come back." Daphne's voice was quiet. "That's not what I'm worried about." Harry's eyes narrowed. "Then what?" Daphne lifted the ring slightly. "This." Harry's gaze flicked to the stone. He exhaled. "Yeah." Daphne's ribs ached when she breathed. She ignored it. "You felt it too." Harry nodded once. "Something down their nose, the Hallows." Daphne's mouth tightened. "That's not supposed to happen." Harry's voice went flat. "A lot of things aren't supposed to happen." For a beat, neither of them spoke. The workshop kept moving around them. Elves repaired. The smell of potion and smoke mixed with something sweeter now. Gingerbread that someone had insisted on baking even with blood on the floor. Daphne's throat tightened. "Did you finish the last delivery here?" Harry's eyes flicked away, then back. "I finished the last delivery in London." Daphne blinked. "You went there." Harry's mouth twitched. "Had to." Daphne's jaw clenched. "And you didn't get caught." Harry let out a short laugh. "I did." Daphne's stomach dropped. What? Harry's voice stayed dry, like he was trying to make it lighter than it was. Two oars tried to trap the sleigh over the Thames. Daphne's fingers tightened around the ring. And Harry's eyes hardened. And they woke up on the riverbank with coal in their pockets, and a note that said, "Try again and you lose your wands." Daphne stared at him. "You threatened them." Harry's voice went flat. "They threatened kids." Daphne's jaw clenched. She hated how clean his logic was. She also hated that it made sense. A bell rang outside. Deeper, slower. The Thestrals calmed, like they recognized the sound. Daphne turned her head. Light spilled into the workshop through the repaired wall seam. Thin and pale at first, then brighter. Sunrise. Not a magical glow. Not a charm. Real sun, low on the horizon, casting gold onto ice that had been dark for months. The elves noticed. One of them froze mid-step, eyes wide, then made a small sound that turned into a laugh and a sob at the same time. Another elf grabbed its friend's hand. They stared at the light like it was impossible. Creature went still. His face tightened. He looked away fast like he hated that it hit him. Daphne felt her throat close. Harry stared at the sunlight like he did not trust it. "It's back," Daphne said softly. Harry's jaw clenched. It was always there. Daphne looked at him. Not for them. Harry's gaze flicked to the elves, to their bruises, their soot streaks, their shaking hands. He swallowed. Then he did something Daphne did not expect. He lowered the elder wand and said, quiet but clear, "You did good." The elves froze. Then a few of them nodded fast, wiping their faces, trying to act like it did not matter. But it did. The room changed with that one sentence. Daphne watched it happen and felt something sharp in her chest. Legacy was not just magic and war. It was people knowing their pain was seen. A crackle sounded in Daphne's ear. The link charm. Hermione's voice burst through, clipped and frantic. "Harry, tell me you are alive." Harry closed his eyes for half a second like the sound of her voice hit him somewhere deep. Then he answered, rough. "I'm here." Hermione exhaled hard. "Thank God. Ron has been pacing so much he's going to wear a hole through my carpet." Ron's voice cut in, loud and angry. "I'm not pacing. I'm walking with purpose." Hermione snapped. "That's pacing, Ronald." Ron muttered. "It's not even your carpet." Hermione ignored him and went back to Harry. "The Ministry is chaos. Croaker is missing. Half the Department of Mysteries is screaming about a breach. The minister's office is locked down. They're calling you a terrorist." Harry's jaw tightened. "Are kids safe?" Hermione's voice softened slightly. "Yes, mostly. I have Aurors pulling people out of stupid retaliation plans. Kingsley is trying to keep things from exploding." Ron cut in again. "Also, mate, what the hell? You fought unspeakables on Christmas Eve." Harry's mouth twitched. "They started it." Ron made a strangled noise. "Oh, brilliant. That makes it better," Hermione said, sharp. "Ron." Ron snapped. "No, Hermione. I'm sorry, but I'm allowed to be angry that my best mate is apparently running a magical fortress in the Arctic and making enemies with people who literally erase memories for fun." Harry's eyes flicked to Daphne for a second, then back to the empty air where the voices were coming through. "You're safe," Ron scoffed. "Are you?" Harry did not answer right away. Hermione's voice went quieter. "Harry, what did you do to Croaker?" Daphne's stomach tightened again. Harry's voice stayed flat. "He's alive." Hermione exhaled like she had been holding her breath. "Where is he?" Harry's mouth tightened. "Not your problem." Hermione's voice sharpened. "That is not an answer." Harry's eyes narrowed. "It's the only answer you need." Ron cut in, voice lower now, worried under the anger. "Mate, listen. They're going to come again." Harry's jaw clenched. "I know." Hermione's tone shifted, practical. "We can hold them off politically for a bit, but you need a plan. You cannot just keep escalating and expect the wizarding world to clap." Harry's mouth twitched, humorless. "I don't need clapping. You need stability," Hermione snapped. Then her voice softened, like she caught herself. "Harry, I'm not trying to control you. I'm trying to stop this turning into a war where children pay the price." Harry's gaze went distant for a beat. Then he nodded once, even though she could not see it. I know, Ron muttered. Also, tell Daphne I said hi. Daphne leaned toward the charm, careful with her ribs. Hi, Ronald. Ron went quiet for half a second, then said, gruff. You okay? Daphne's mouth twisted. No, Ron made a low angry noise. I'm going to hex him. Not you. Him. You know who, Hermione snapped. Ron grumbled. I'm just saying, Harry's voice cut in rough. Stop. Both of you. I'll talk later. Hermione's voice went sharp. Harry's eyes hardened. Later, a beat. Hermione exhaled. Fine. But if I find out you're bleeding out and refusing help, I will come there myself and I will drag you back by your ear. Ron added. And I'll help. With enthusiasm. Harry's mouth twitched. Noted. The link clicked off. Daphne stared at the air for a second after it ended, then looked at Harry. They're scared. Harry's jaw clenched. They should be scared of Croaker's kind, not me. Daphne's voice went quiet. Fear doesn't pick sides. It just spreads. Harry looked at her like he wanted to argue, then stopped. He exhaled. Yeah, Daphne held the ring up, glove tight around it. We need a place for this. A real place. Not your pocket. Harry's mouth twitched. Fair. Daphne's eyes narrowed. And we need rules. Harry's gaze sharpened. I have rules. Daphne's voice went cold. You have instincts. Harry flinched, then nodded once. Okay. Rules. Daphne's shoulders eased a fraction. Good. Harry stared at the sunrise again. The light hit his face and made him look less like a ghost. He swallowed. Come with me. Daphne blinked. Where? Harry's voice was low. The mirror. Daphne's stomach tightened. Now. Harry's gaze held hers. Now. Creature opened his mouth like he wanted to protest, then stopped when he saw Harry's face. He just waved a hand, snapping orders at the elves to keep working, and pretended he was not listening. Harry led Daphne through a side corridor, moving slower than he wanted because Daphne's ribs would not let her rush. He kept a hand at her back without making it obvious, like he was trying to support her without insulting her. Daphne did not comment. She let him. The corridor opened into a smaller chamber behind the workshop, quieter, cleaner. The smell here was cold stone and pine oil, like someone had scrubbed the air itself. In the center of the room stood a tall mirror in an old wooden frame. The mirror of Ariste. It looked out of place at the North Pole, like a secret dragged here and given a new purpose. Daphne stopped a few feet away. Her throat tightened. You brought it here. Harry's jaw clenched. It followed me. Daphne narrowed her eyes. That's not how mirrors work. Harry's mouth twisted. It is when you're wearing death. Daphne felt a chill crawl up her spine, not from the cold. Harry stepped closer to the mirror, then stopped. He did not look at it yet. He stared at the floor like he was bracing. Daphne's voice went softer. Why are we here? Harry's hand tightened around the Elder Wand. Because I need to know if I'm lying to myself. Daphne swallowed. About what? Harry lifted his head and looked at the mirror. Daphne followed his gaze. The glass shimmered, then showed a scene that made Daphne's stomach twist. Harry stood in the reflection, but not as he was now. He looked lighter, younger. No blood, no soot, no hollow eyes, no wand in his hand. He stood in a warm kitchen with a small Christmas tree in the corner. Cheap decorations, nothing fancy. Ron was there, laughing with his mouth full, and Hermione was swatting his arm while trying not to smile. Ginny stood near the stove with flour on her cheek, rolling her eyes like she was used to this chaos. And in the middle of it, Harry was just there, not needed, not hunted, not carrying the world. Normal. Daphne's chest tightened so hard it hurt more than her ribs. Harry's breathing hitched. His voice came out rough. That's what I want. Daphne swallowed. Yeah. Harry stared at the reflection like it was a punch he could not dodge. His hand shook slightly. Daphne watched his face. The way his jaw clenched. The way his eyes went bright and angry. Not at anyone, just at the unfairness of wanting something simple and never being allowed to have it. Harry's voice went low. I'm tired. Daphne's throat tightened. I know. Harry's gaze stayed locked on the mirror. If I stop, I could maybe get that. Daphne's heart hammered. Harry swallowed. But then someone else becomes the monster. Daphne stepped closer, careful, and stood beside him. She did not touch him yet. She just shared the space. The mirror shifted again. The kitchen seemed blurred. Now the reflection showed something darker. A boy in a London flat, shivering, cupboards empty. The Dursleys asleep in a warm room while he lay hungry. Then it shifted to a girl in a back alley with bruises. Wand snapped, crying into her hands. Then a child in a war zone, not magical, clutching a thin blanket while bombs shook the ground outside. Daphne's stomach turned. What is this? Harry's voice went flat. What happens if nobody watches? The mirror showed Croaker next, sitting on a stained sofa in a tiny flat, staring at his hands like he expected magic to spark and fix everything. The room was quiet except for a dripping tap. Then the ghosts appeared. Not floating sheets. Not dramatic. Just people. A woman with tired eyes standing in the corner, watching him like she had waited years to be seen. A man with a limp leaning against the wall, arms folded, expression hard. A child sitting on the floor, silent, gaze steady. Croaker looked up in the reflection and his face crumpled, panic flooding him, because he could not order them away. He could not erase them. He could not pretend they were not real. Daphne's throat tightened. You gave him that. Harry's jaw clenched. He wanted a golden age. He can sit with what he broke. Daphne's voice went quiet. That's cruel. Harry's eyes stayed on the mirror. It's honest. Daphne stared at the reflection until her eyes burned. Then the mirror shifted again. Now it showed Harry as he was now, standing in the north, older, scar visible, eyes hard. The sleigh behind him, the workshop behind that, elves moving, Dementors watching from shadows like guard dogs. And beside him in the reflection was Daphne, standing with her chin up, wand in hand, eyes cold and steady, not smiling, not soft, still there. Daphne's breath caught. Harry's voice went hoarse. That's what it is. Daphne swallowed. A fortress. Harry's jaw clenched. A promise. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Don't get poetic. Harry let out a short laugh. I'm not. I mean it literally. He turned his head toward her. His eyes were tired, but clear. Santa isn't a person. It's a job, a role, a thing that keeps going even if the person inside it hates it. Daphne's chest tightened. And you're going to keep doing it. Harry's mouth tightened. Yes. Daphne stared at him. Anger and fear and something softer tangled together. You're going to die. Harry shook his head once. Not if you're here. Daphne's eyes flashed. Stop putting your survival on me. Harry's gaze held hers. I'm not. I'm telling you the truth. When you're here, I don't drift. Daphne swallowed. Her ribs ached with every breath. She hated how much she wanted to believe him. Harry's voice went quieter. Say it. Daphne blinked. Say what? Harry's eyes stayed steady. Say you're staying. Daphne's throat tightened. Harry. Harry's jaw clenched. Daphne. Please. Daphne stared at him for a long beat. Then she stepped closer and grabbed his coat with her good hand. I'm staying. Harry's breath left him like he had been holding it. His eyes softened, just a fraction. Okay. Daphne's voice went sharp again, because she could not let him have peace without conditions. But we make rules. Harry nodded once. Yes. Daphne's eyes narrowed. And you rest when you're injured. Harry's mouth twitched. I will try. Daphne's gaze sharpened. Try is not a rule. Harry let out a short laugh, then winced and pressed a hand to his ribs. Ow! Daphne's mouth tightened. Sit down. Harry stared at her like he wanted to argue. Then the pain made the decision for him. He lowered himself onto a bench against the wall, breathing through it. Daphne stood in front of him, still holding the ring in her glove like it might bite. She lifted it slightly. Where does this go? Harry's gaze flicked to it, then away. Not down there. Daphne's mouth twisted. Agreed. Harry looked up at the mirror again. The reflection of the sunrise flickered in the glass. Daphne followed his gaze and saw the last detail. A single snowflake drifted down in the reflection, slow, delicate, landing right on Harry's scar. Harry flinched out of habit like he expected pain. Nothing happened. He blinked, surprised. He lifted his fingers and touched the scar lightly. No wince. No tension. Just skin. Harry stared at his own hand like it did not make sense. Daphne's throat tightened. It doesn't hurt. Harry swallowed. His voice came out rough. No. Daphne looked at him, really looked, and saw the quiet terror under the relief. If the scar did not warn him anymore, he was on his own. No prophecy. No built-in alarm. Just choices. Harry exhaled, long and shaky, then nodded once like he had accepted it. He looked up at Daphne. We keep going. Daphne's jaw clenched. Then she nodded too. We keep going. Harry's mouth twitched. Tired. Merry Christmas. Daphne stared at him, then leaned down and kissed him again. Slower this time. Careful with his ribs. Careful with hers. Like they were both made of cracks held together by stubbornness. When she pulled back, she rested her forehead against his for a beat. Outside, the workshop hummed with life and repairs and exhaustion. The sun climbed higher over the ice, and the snow kept falling, soft and steady, settling on a scar that no longer hurt.